Alright, folks, welcome back. It's been a while, been a couple days now. We are entering our second session. The first session, we were able to play the MSQ, largely focusing on the MSQ of Dark Tides, and it came with the first time I've ever seen the content. If it was presented in a different place, I was not aware of it, but it was the story behind Mine, and they had what I would characterize as a controversial, like a divisive decision at the end of Mine's story. And upon visiting the interwebs, these social media, I can kind of see how people are interpreting it, and the idea is that Mine's death is kind of indirectly a retcon, right, of his death, so it kind of diminishes the significance of his death. With that in mind, right, I have already talked about in the first day on my opening opinions that I expect I'm a person who does not necessarily adhere to making things the same. So oftentimes this has come with the idea and expectations of the term Kiwami, right? Kiwami in the sense of Kiwami 1 and 2 have set the precedents for it being more of a remake, like more of a re-imaging, quality of life update, and maybe some additional things. Like Majima Saga was received very popularly because it was to add the additional saga that was started post Yakuza 1, Yakuza 2 because of Yakuza 0, right? That type of addition is often viewed incredibly favorable by the hardcore fans or fans that are a fan of nostalgia, right? Creature of habits. And I often shared my unpopular opinion or minor opinion that if you want to experience nostalgia and you want to keep things the same, nothing is ever the same when you learn and appreciate the things that you consume, right? If you're only consuming for the sake of consuming, yes, certainly you can get the same feelings and expect the same things. Now, with that said, I do concede once again that despite my favoritism towards when you do it again, it's different. You expect different because you welcome different. But this is under the assumption of the other major criticism, which is the active delisting of the other versions. So inherently, no, I can't make that argument anymore where, like, hey, if you like the old Yakuza 3 remastered, it's still available, you can get it, you can experience nostalgia in that way because it is quite literally the same thing, despite you experiencing again not the same way, all those arguments. But that is one of the unpopular strategies that RGG is pulling, or Sega is pulling right now, which kind of removes my counter argument, right? So it's unfortunate. So in this way, I sympathize with people who talk about, oh yeah, Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides, specifically Dark Tides, the story that we have done. We have done the English playthrough of the MSQ, and that in itself is technically would qualify as a retcon or something that has changed permanently, largely because Yakuza 3 Remastered no longer is accessible, right? You would have to find varying ways if you don't already own it. Now, to be as fair as possible, those who are experiencing Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides for the first time, there isn't any retcon to be had because there weren't basis for the retcon. Now, that's a more of trying to be the glass half full situation, but in this case, actually the glass is a lot more than half empty right now in the basic criticism, because removing choice is not justified by someone's first experience. having Yakuza 3 remastered available would allow an individual to have both experiences if they were truly embracing the preservationist construct, which I like. Like, if you want to experience something like its original, go play its original. But now Sega and RGG is making that very difficult. I do concede that. The reason why I bring this up is recent interviews about the controversial divisive quote-unquote retcon or changing of the storyline is that, in fact, they have planned, and I've made an allusion to this already in my opening opinions, that Kiwami, the series name, is going to end soon, and it's going to end with this game because the divisiveness of their timeline, the things that they change, especially with Mine, it sets up a different outcome for Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5. So inherently, I have already accepted, and I was actually going to say by the end of Kiwami 3 that I expect changes to happen because developers are human. They don't have the same vision. They don't necessarily want the same vision as they did before. The idea of remakes, in my opinion, which for some reason got lost in the pool of habitual, I don't know, target, nostalgia bait things, you expect it to be different. You know, right now the criticisms are, oh, it's not like Yakuza 3, and then that same critic is like, oh, it's not different either. So like there are places they want it to have additions and changes and want, like, I read this really popular upvoted review that's on Steam right in public, so you can go check it out yourself, where they start with saying creatively bankrupt, and then they list a bunch of things in which it's not the same anymore. It's like, but if they're creatively bankrupt, then they wouldn't stick with the same things. They would take the liberty to change things. But then since they want things the same, then how can you be creatively bankrupt if it's not the same? If it's the same, then it would be an affirmation of being creatively bankrupt, right? This is the circle of cyclic arguments that's revolving around Kiwami 3 at this point. And the developer and director, the existing director, came out and said, well, we have made some divisive choices. And those divisive choices is to usher in that, no, the next two games will no longer be Kiwami, as in the whole air or mentality of remaking things. They will be additional storylines. Now, the problem with this, again, goes back to the delisting of Yakuza 3, 4, and 5, right? Because those timelines will exist. Like, the idea is there's spin-offs, there's different directions. Like, for example, James Bond game that's coming out soon, it's a new James Bond, different timeline, different stories. And God of War, like I think the 2D Metroidvania game coming out, Sparta, something Sparta, it's setting up for a potential different timeline. Like, so God of War is confirmed that Montreal, Santa Monica, Montreal is rebooting, or like going to do the God of War trilogy again, the first God of War trilogy, the Greek God of War trilogy, and they might set up an entire different storyline. Different developers mature, even the same developers, in my opinion, would have in good faith the liberty of doing that. Now, if you're looking at that God of War, it's like, what are the chances you're going to be able to play God of War 1 through 3, which I've played? I haven't played any of the Nordic ones, the new God of War series, right? The two Nordic ones, God of War just simple, and then God of War Ragnarok. I have not played them, but I have watched people play through the entirety of those games, and that's the idea of creative liberties. Now, Kiwami 3 bearing the Kiwami name might have included expectations of Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2. For me, I think it's a band-aid that must be ripped off, because as much as I like Yakuza 4, and I've said this quite often, Yakuza 5 is the magnum opus right now. It was so chopped, so intensely complex, that I wouldn't mind seeing a Kiwami 4 setting up a Kiwami 5, but now it seems like they're simply going to drop the Kiwami thing, and 4 and 5 is going to be an alternative timeline, and that ruffled even more feathers, right? Because people wanted, oh yeah, maybe they're making poor choices. The question is, how are you going to have creative liberties and address the whole idea of creative bankruptcy, like trying to flex your liberties, when the same individuals or an outstanding minority is reconditioned to constantly expect the same thing? And I've talked about this quite a lot with people that hang out here. I think when things happen like in their original state, the way to preserve them and use them is to preserve them in that state. But when it comes to the creative liberties of human experiences, they are never the same again. If you are chasing nostalgia, in my opinion, that's perfectly all right if it's accessible. So that's why I'm conceding. It sucks that RGG is delisting the originals, because the originals is how you get your nostalgia. Now, those who are criticizing, saying that the remakes like Kiwami should not retcon things or change their storyline or something like that, I think that's, in my opinion, oxymoronic to the idea that it's the same old, like the same criticisms, like, oh, this game, get to the study. This game is a repeat. Like, oh, they needed to preserve things. They cut out things and change things. It's like, that's the whole point, in my opinion. Like, for me, that's the point. Yeah, I'm playing a game. Yeah, so the whole point is it's preserved in the old games, and I concede to those people. If they cut out a lot of things, but you can still play the old game, I would say that. But right now, that's not the case. So I definitely sympathize with people who want this game to be the same, right? Like the same but upgraded. But then it's the same people who are saying, oh, this is old, it's not good enough, it's getting old. It's like, well, the whole thing of preserving the same things are also old and stuff. So it's kind of a little difficult task right now. Like, I think the greater, whatever you call it, the greater Like a Dragon community is splintered. And for myself, I don't buy games to experience the same thing. So like, I would kind of agree with some people about the creative bankruptcy thing, because what I experienced in Dark Tides was their current things that they're doing, and it is different from Kiwami, from Yakuza 3, which is good, relatively speaking, for myself, because I like things to change. However, I agree with the iteration. It wasn't as splashy, and I hope to change that opinion when I play Kiwami 3 to see how much changes there are. I genuinely expect changes, like parallel universe situations, multiple canonical timeline situations. That's what I feel encourages developers and publishers, because that's the good faith that I have personally, not to splash morality on other people. What happens if the changes you expect don't happen? Well, I don't expect any changes. I expect changes, not what changes. I don't care about the nature of the changes. Like, I'm not predicting. The whole idea is I'm not, like, you're saying what happens if the changes you expect don't I expect there will be change, but if they don't happen, then they're the same thing. Like, I don't know, like, there are two questions you might be asking with that. What happens if the changes you expect don't happen? It's the same game then. That's it, period. It's the same game. That nothing happens. Literally, if you're talking about what happens if there are no changes, then nothing happens. That's it. But if you're talking about what kind of changes. If the kind of changes that I expect don't happen, that's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about changes. So a lot of times people, when they talk about changes, they're talking about, oh, like I was expecting the game to look high fidelity, and I expected the game to have more mini games or more things that are good. I don't expect any of those things. I expect that there is going to be something different. So if nothing changes, then there's no question to be had. It's the same thing. And even then, I would have something to say about that, because I no longer, the last time I played Yakuza 3 Remastered, I played Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2. I'm playing Kiwami 3 right now, having played 9 additional Like a Dragon games. So now I'm playing with over 10 years of Yakuza games. Not like, I don't know how long it took. I don't know how long it took to do Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2. So my perspective is already changed. So regardless of what they actually changed, my perspective is always going to be different because time has passed. You don't have any problems with Kiwami 3. Only thing that was unfortunate for it was the whole Kagawa situation. I disagree. I think that is something that people have taken liberties based on their foreign perceptions. I continue to want to look into that, and I did look into that, by the way, and it's not clear. So despite that, I think the unfortunateness, it's irrelevant to Kiwami 3, in my opinion, and that might be a really hot take, but bringing up that thing, that situation, and yet regardless of how I look at the evidence of things, there is a lot of interpretation. And if you're really thinking you understand the whole Kagawa situation, which I'm only going to address here, like momentarily, I already talked about, I'm not going to talk about this in the opening opinions. Read more about it. Like, read more, dig more, learn Japanese, and read more Japanese in that situation. And you'll understand, in my opinion, it's not that clear. Joining the herd mentality is, I give the person the benefit in both ways. So like if someone comes up and say, oh, like I'm wrong and the narrative was complete, I still give them the benefit of doubt. Much that I give the benefit of doubt of the outrageous, like one-sided echo chamber. So to be very clear with you, Jack, know that when you present something to me that brings up controversy, my first response to that is null hypothesis tests. If everyone you think agrees on something, challenge yourself to find out why is it that they still did it. Because that is what I'm talking about here. So when someone says like, oh, are you okay with the things about Kiwami 3, the retcon and stuff, the idea is, well, if people don't voice their things, then it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Like it still exists to some extent. And that situation, I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate in the eyes of whoever it is. It's unfortunate in a way that people use it as a criticism of the game, for example. It is also fortunate in some ways because then it gives the people, enable them to criticize a game on the idea and merits of its geopolitics, or there's political situations versus the game itself. So that's kind of unfortunate and fortunate as well, depending on how you weaponize it. So for myself, that's probably as much as I'm going to say about that. What I know about the situation, I will probably not talk about it like in this capacity, because personally I think playing a video game is a privilege. And then if there's anyone that comes like over and say like somehow playing games and knowing the people who make the games, if that has anything to do with me as a character, I think whoever's saying that is arguably also guilty of prejudice, discrimination, and hateful conduct. So for myself, I'm not going to entertain that for me. So if someone comes up and say things like, oh yeah, you playing this game or you doing this is basically doing this, then you know what the person is, what's their problem, right? Does Yakuza Kiwami mean anything in English? Yakuza is Yakuza, right? Mafioso, organized crime. And then Kiwami means extreme. It's the character for extreme. So that character that on the bottom right here, it says Yakuza, and then that character Kiwami, it means extreme. Like in both Chinese and Japanese. And extreme is a term used for the mechanic in the game. Like when they power up or like EX, you know, like it's closest, I would say it's closest to EX, like in Street Fighter games and stuff. When you hit like your supers, your EX moves or special, Kiwami means that. So that character is often something about like overflowing with energy and zeal. And this game is often use that type of gaming mechanic, like heat, like building up heat and whatnot. You completely understand. It's never been clear to you either. People online have been blowing it way out of proportion, saying that RGG is done, which I don't think is true at all. Yeah, hear me out, Jack. It sucks that we live in a world, or maybe this pocket dimension, this pocket of virtual, that in order to encourage people to be supportive and positive or creating action, the only way to go about it, the major way to go about it, is to fight negativity with negativity. So, like, in order for someone to convince me that they care about society and whatnot, right, is to accuse me of being bad for society. And that's what I mean by, as much as I want to talk about this situation and whatnot, it welcomes negativity, as opposed to like, okay, so what can we do about this? Like, what could be learned from this, and how could we understand from the perspective, like, what are the noises or tolerances available? So if anyone talks to me and they like come up and say like, oh yeah, they're done, like that's it, because this somehow like proves that everyone is corrupt and poor taste and hypocritical at RGG or SEGA, for example, like, you know, the whole transitive property thing. My first thought is they're also human. Yeah, it's not like RGG isn't taking anything away from this. People are making it out to be. Yeah, exactly. Like, you've been playing a Japanese practice browser game called Nanobang. It's pretty fun. Oh, I'll have to check that out sometime, James. Yeah, so that's my problem with this. There's constructive criticism. And I'm sure they know it. Like, you voice your effects, and you know, like it's very apparent that the protests and the review bombing and all that is happening. However, it's negative. Like who's taking the high road here? Do you feel like, for me, I don't particularly like, if someone hates a game for some particular reason, and my goal to convince that person to not hate the game is by hating them hating the game, that's kind of the dialogue that I'm not resonating with. Like, I genuinely believe that when you use hate and like doomsaying and deterrence, it breeds doomsaying into deterrence and hatefulness. So if you're saying like, oh, you're done with it, so you're to prove your point that RGG has no future, for example, like you're saying RGG is done, they have no future. It's to convince yourself, in my opinion, that because you're not playing any more RGG games, no one else gets to play more RGG games. You see what I mean? Like, in order to prove yourself right and feel good about your righteous indignation, like your right and whatnot, you want to save people by removing the choice of that for other people. And I agree with most people when RGG removed the old games, like the old Yakuza 0 versions and the remaster, that's removing choice. You do not get to choose to play those things. Right? So for me, if you're really upset, let other people make their choice. But instead, the large, very loud minority, I'm gonna hope that they're still the minority, they're going around saying you don't get the privilege of having your own opinions or doing anything, or they don't, because they're not human and they don't get a choice. They screwed up, so I'll never forgive them. And then because I never forgive them, let me make sure that no one else gives them a chance either, because they obviously can only you can only have the same opinion as that person who's really loud, right? And that's a very kind of unfortunate situation. If you don't like it, yeah, no one else should either. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about now. I don't understand the full nature of like the Kagawa situation, nor the retcon, right? The retcon situation people are really upset about. I saw the end of Dark Tides. I don't know if you saw the end of Dark Tides, Jack, but I'm sure you've probably came across this. Like, for me, this is only personal, my personal preference. I like things to be different. I am a fan of multiverses, like storylines. Like, I want to see what Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5 is like post 2026. I'm not looking to relive Yakuza 4, even though if I played Yakuza 4 again and they don't change anything, right? What Procol asks, even if they don't change anything, it'll still be different. But for myself, I like buying games and seeing the developer do what they want, quote unquote, with their games. Now, that political situation that people are talking about, yeah, you heard they retcon Mine. Yeah, well, people think it's a retcon, but to me, you know how like you never saw the person die? Oh wait, did you play? Are you still playing it in order, Jack? I don't want to like bring up something else, but something happens in Kiwami 3 that still, like, there's a lot of that type of retcon. So like, I don't know if you're gonna be ready for this, but like when people die off screen, quote unquote, die off screen, or like it plays like the cop drama stuff. Like, did they really die if it was off screen? So that has been the joke for me personally, well before RGG. Like, when you're watching cop dramas like from Hong Kong studios and like like Asian, like if they're off screen and they like get like unceremoniously, you know, eliminated, you don't know. And that's kind of one of those like gags, but I don't know if like people who played this game enjoys that kind of thing. That's what the retcon is. Like, Mine, to me, when I was watching Yakuza 3 Remastered, I thought Richardson would have lived. Like, I actually thought Richardson might still be alive. You're not done with yet. Class started and you've been reading manga and doing your Anki more than playing games recently. Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Oh, you already got spoiled in Yakuza 3 ending? Well, now, I don't even know what the Yakuza 3 ending is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know how it ends anymore. Apparently it does. It's like, kind of like Shirotori. Oh yeah, I heard about Shirotori as well, James. It gives you kana or kanji as a prompt and you gotta think of a word that contains it. Ooh! Okay. Maybe we should make some time for Shirotori. Okay, Yakuza time. Yes. Alright. Alright, we're doing the Kiwami thing. What time is it? 4 a.m. See, I had this food for the longest time and it's been sitting in the fridge. You still wonder if they're gonna do our leave from being retcon too? Yeah, dude. I'm telling you. Like, I know how this sounds, but if they're gonna rip off the band-aid and bring back people, Lee from Yakuza 0. Like, I'm gonna be real. If someone said, like, if they're gonna do a retcon or like do the they're still alive situation, you might as well bring back like Lee. I miss Lee. Lee's a great character, and it would like balance more like Chinese kind of flair to it. Like bring back what if Majima's love interest comes back? Like you don't know now, because whenever someone's like, oh yeah, but now they're just gonna mess up the storyline and it's just gonna go in different directions and whatnot, it's like, yeah, what now? Like, that means anything is on the board. And hear me out, there's already a joke and a meme on this, and I totally agree, it could happen. It still can be for the worse. Someone said this and I relate to it because I'm a millennial, I suppose. It's the George Lucas episode 1 to 3 thing over again. Now the question is it going to age like the George Lucas stuff? I'm telling you now, actually episode 1 through 3 started aging differently over time. So like, you know how Star Wars started with episode 3, 4, and 5, and then George Lucas decided, okay, I'm gonna make a prequel trilogy, and then the continuity between the first 3 series is kind of a little mix into episode 4, 5, and 6, and then there's 6, 7, and 8 going on with the new generation, Casca, right? Casca, like, you know, post Like a Dragon 7. All that is still happening as well for this. And hear me out, Resident Evil, that's also happening, right? However, Resident Evil is not story driven, right? Like, well, it's not necessarily story driven. There's quite a lot of lore and story in Resident Evil if you wanted to make that remark, but this is very true. It's honestly, I wouldn't mind, like, it would be kind of funny to have Majima team up with, oh, you know what? Oh, you haven't played Yakuza 5 yet. So there are a lot of characters that did die. You know, you probably expect this. Like every Yakuza has like people who are misunderstood and they do die or they might not die. So all those situations could be different. And the first thing I thought about is, dude, what if Akiyama is not a character anymore? There's also like people are worried about how characters won't exist anymore. RE not story driven. It is now. I mean, like the more recent RE stuff is quite story driven, so there's that. It's like, to me, it's more like parallel universe and multi-explanatory. Like, it's kind of like a solid, like a Metal Gear Solid situation. It's a web story situation where like there's so many variances and they're just simply tied together by circumstance, and then you can explain all the in-betweens because there's enough like gaps that you don't necessarily have to worry about continuity. That's kind of what I mean by not necessarily story driven. It's like lore forward, but story driven. Brings you back to, yeah, like Ryuji Golda might not have died. Like, I'm genuinely curious. Yeah, the early REs now is like they're trying. Capcom is trying. As does Yapper start. Okay, all right. Now we're starting. We're starting now. And we're just gonna do standard, right? And then we're gonna play it through English first, right? We're gonna try MSQ focus English first, and then we'll come back in Chinese, and then come back in Japanese the last play. But yeah, the Kiwami series is going to end with this. After English, we have to do it. We do the English one first. Yeah, I already did the Dark Ties thing. Oh no, I think my USB is my USB-C thing port on my controller is like seeing its final days. You didn't know they have a Chinese dub? Yeah, they had they started Chinese dubbing since Infinite Wealth. So 8 and on have a Chinese recruiting cast. My Xbox Series Elite 2 controller. The same one that I was using in Clair Obscure when you were asking about my controller during Clair Obscure. Oh, look at that.
Uncle Cuz!
Our man now.
Got us some dinner. Let's go. I'm sure everyone's starving by now.
Okay.
They didn't redo the animation timing for the English. That was pretty clear, obviously, for that particular part.
Dinner is served.
Come on, everyone. Let's eat. Okay. Okay. Yes. So good. Smells so good. It's Ricky-chan. Yay!
What happened to eating?
Come on, let's play.
Yeah, investment. It was a conversation about investment. Dude, Tai Chi though? Yeah, Tai Chi is goated.
Aniki.
What's wrong? Something going on?
So this is Rikia,
It's the boss.
the new Rikia.
He's been shot.
And then we're gonna flash back. So this scene is still accurate from... I'm like trying to remember my Yakuza 3 remastered series of sequence. Oh no, that's not Rikia. Sorry. I think this is the Daigo thing, right? Where Daigo gets shot? Oh, okay. No, just kidding. That's not him.
Yes.
But the Rikia did get recast. I just don't know his name.
Just a moment. Chairman, it's for you.
Who is it?
They said you
I don't know who's who yet.
The deal.
Maybe that's Rikia? I don't know. And this is the M.
This is Dojima. Yes, we've discussed this before. I told you I'm not interested.
No, this is him meeting, I think.
That's right.
That was Rikia? Okay.
Let me reiterate. The Tojo clan wants no part in this.
I genuinely don't remember the order of the
I've already
events
given you
anymore.
an answer. Had as many zeros as you want. I'm not going to budge. Goodbye.
Well, we know the context of this call now, though, because of Dark Tides.
Chairman.
Hmm.
May I presume that the phone call just now was about the Okinawa deal? Are you certain we can refuse it?
Meaning?
Respectfully, sir. At the moment, Hakuho payouts are the only thing keeping the Tojo clan afloat. And this Okinawa business, if we accept, it would mean an immediate windfall. Enough to last us through the next decade.
You played it way recently than me,
A
and
cursory
you don't
estimate
remember
puts our
too
returns at
clearly
100
either.
billion yen, and that's the low end.
I expect a couple cuts,
Not only
and I'm
that,
gonna see if they
if we
cut them
give
or
him a
not.
good turn now, he might prove a vital government ally in the...
Enough.
This one's still in.
I don't need
Oh.
reminding. But nothing changes. No one's taking that land.
Because of the fourth chairman, sir?
After all he's done for the Tojo clan, it wouldn't be right stealing the one place he belongs. Driver.
Yes, sir.
Take us back to HQ.
Sir, what about the banquet later this evening?
Cancel it. First things first. I don't want anybody trying to push this deal through behind my back. I need everyone on the same page.
I'm gonna make a reference to future game, Jack, but I'll let you use your imagination. Man, there could be a world in like another 6 years where we would have a Majima harem. Or at least have two people who like are still alive. That'd be interesting.
What is it?
You have a visitor? They arrived a little while ago.
Who?
Well,
What?
it's true, sir. I didn't believe it myself, but there's no mistaking him.
And where is he?
Already in your office, waiting for you.
Got it.
Majima has some unfortunate relationships that happen later after Yakuza 3 that it was revealed in one of the games, and it gave him like more things into his background, and those people may or may not be around anymore in the existing timeline.
Kazuma-san.
Oh, so they kept him? Okay.
But you were dead.
The twin? So they kept the twin?
Sorry for the surprise.
I was really thinking they changed the twin thing.
What's this?
Something the chairman very much needs right now.
A deed? To the land in Okinawa?
I know, right? Richardson
But that
looks
property
a
belongs to the
giant.
fourth chairman.
I'm aware. You wouldn't
Look at
allow
him,
yourself
man.
to take the land from Kazuma Kiryu. Which is why we stepped in on your behalf and secured the deed ourselves.
But why do this?
We're not in a position to let the Tojo clan walk from this
This is
deal.
where he gets...
The land acquisition must go through.
You don't understand. I've already made my decision. I don't want anything to do with this.
You may want to reconsider, Chairman. With
He looks
30,000
like
members to support,
the Metal
can
Gear,
you
or kind
really
of like
afford to
Wesker from RE. He
refuse?
does, doesn't he? Yeah, I know. Very characteristic.
Not. But tell me, Kazuma-san, what if I do?
He can totally fit in an RE game. Classic RE.
You'd be making a very big mistake.
Yeah, here's the... Oh. So that's still on point. And this is the part where, like, this part I'm pretty convinced it was intentional. Like, he missed a vital,
Where's
obviously,
Nagawa?
because he's a
He's in the operating room. And
assassin.
is he okay? How's it looking? Damn it!
Don't punch walls. It actually really hurts.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, Saki is still there.
Saki,
Saki.
hey, are you all right? Do we have any idea who did it?
Nope. He and the little lady were alone when it went down. Guy came in, shot him right in the stomach. A lot of hits.
Another
Oh,
family
his
out for
voice
revenge.
is...
No. I think it's got to do with the land deal. The deed to the property, it's gone missing from the office.
What?
It's gotta be those Tamashiro assholes. They've been gunning for us non-stop, ever since last year.
I don't think so. The guy doesn't look like one of theirs.
Oh, he sounds so like...
What is it, Saki?
He sounds a lot more delicate.
I've never seen him before.
I don't believe it. This man shot him?
And then the portrait of Kazuma's twin brother.
Wait, Uncle Kaz, that's...
Aniki, this guy. You know him, don't you?
Yeah. He's the man who raised me.
You hit your finger on your countertop
Kazuma-san.
today. It hurt like, oh yeah, I
Died
can
in my
imagine.
arms.
Did you do the thing where like, is it like where you lift your hand and you misjudge the edge and you like hit your finger like as you're like raising up or something? Sometimes I do that like on a countertop, like on your desk, like you accidentally get too close and you just like full send your hand and it just like clips one of your fingers. Or stubbing your toe. That kind of thing. Okay.
So,
Saya.
you're off then?
We are.
Sawaya?
Right. Well, I'm
Sayara?
glad I caught you before you're gone.
I forgot her last name. Kairu, no? Kairu? Oh, this is how we visit all the past events, right? Heck. Why is it doing that? Okay. What? Huh? Huh? Oh, you moved your hand down with too much force and misjudged it. Dang. Hello? This happened a couple times yesterday. The last time I played. What's... That's good. Hmm. Okay. Okay. We're going... Oh, no. We do have to do... So these are like the reviews of the past Kiwami games, right? This is reviewing the Kiwami 1 events. So we'll move along the Kiwami 1 events for the sake of other peeps. You think you just got spoiled that Kazuma's twin? I think it was him. Oh. My bad. So the Kiwami 1 events, I'll let you guys use your imagination, right? And then this is Tarada and Kiwami 2 events. Right. I'll let you use your imagination. And then we have, I think this is where Tarada makes his appearance, which I won't say much more because if I say the next thing, would probably also spoil it. Yeah, Kiwami 2 is something else, right? um it became almost hysterical at the end of Kiwami 2. It's like, okay, you get backstabbed, right? It's like you're running into a trap, you're walking into a trap, and then suddenly, like, okay, so that guy gets backstabbed. Okay, so okay, so now this guy's backstabbing the guy that's backstabbing that guy. It's like, oh, okay, that's fine, right? No, backstab the backstabber who backstabbed the original backstabber, and now that they took everyone out, there's one last guy that shows up, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing that now. And honestly, like, as these games go on, it gets, yeah, it gets to the point of it's the trope, like it's the expected trope in it. You know it's supposed to be serious, but you were laughing. That was hilarious. Yeah, the, like, one person backstabs. You know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you ever watched these movies, but uh like British movies, certain British movies like Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I think that's the name of the thing. Where, like, an event leads to another event, which leads to another event, but they all coincidentally lead to each other, and everyone's like missing each other every so often. But then when it comes to the end of the movie, everything just like comes together. Like, oh, this led to this, which led to this, which led to this, and everything makes sense. But at the same time, it's so ridiculous that that's what happened. And that meme that I usually use is it's ex machina. Everything, like a Yakuza game, like a Like a Dragon game, at the last like 15 minutes, it just feels like ex machina all over the place. Like, oh wow, that's convenient that happened. Oh, okay, well that conveniently happened. Oh, well that problem solved itself because another problem ended up addressing another problem, which and ended up addressing another problem. It's like, great. Do you have any viewers or friends ask you to be their Valentine's? No, no, no. No, you silly goose. That's kind of weird. Does that kind of thing happen? Yeah, it just conveniently always happens to each other.
Finished paying your respects?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm all done here.
I see. Suppose you'll be on your way then.
I think it's funny.
Suppose so. We're leaving for Okinawa first thing tomorrow morning.
It preserves
You know,
the video game,
Never
you know.
in a million years would I have guessed you'd give up the life to run an orphanage.
Back when I was a kid with nowhere to turn, Kazuma-san took me in, gave me a home. Started to think I ought to do the same. Try to help kids, if I could.
Now that sounds like you. So how'd you land on Okinawa?
There's an orphanage down there with ties to Sunflower, where I grew up. When the last manager died, they didn't have anyone lined up to look after the place.
Galentine's Day and Valentine's Day.
Ideas.
Lucky them. You knew just the man for the job.
Seemed like the right thing at the right time. Besides, there aren't too many regular jobs out there for someone with my resume.
You could do worse than Okinawa. I hear it's lovely.
It is.
That's
The orphanage
totally
is right
true.
on the beach. You should come visit when you get the chance.
I'd love that. But I won't be able to for a while.
Oh, why not?
It so happens I'm leaving the country tomorrow.
You are? Where are you going?
The U.S. They're holding a training program there for a new department of the Metropolitan Police. The brass called up yours truly to be an instructor.
What do you be instructing?
Man,
I
her
know you just tried to stop
infinite
me if I told
infinite
you.
wealth.
So, let's leave it at that.
How much payout?
Fair enough. All that matters to me is you're happy. I'm glad to see you follow your heart and chase your dreams. That sounds like you.
I hoped you might take it this way. Besides, I didn't think you'd be too happy if I turned the offer down because I was too sad to say goodbye.
You never know.
There's still so much I want to accomplish, more milestones I want to reach. Going to America gives me a chance to challenge myself.
I understand.
And she'll be back for
Let's see where these
Yakuza
things
4.
take us, shall we?
I mean, it's gonna be called Like a
Who
Dragon
knows?
4.
Maybe in a few years, I'll be in a new place with new.
Wait. It's gonna be called like a dragon, like a dragon, Ryujin, like we'll just call it like something else, like yeah, something like Ryujin or Kirin, right? Like a dragon, Kirin 4 or something like that, or just like a dragon, Kirin. And then all the things that could have happened then happens as opposed to them not happening. So like Kaeru, or is that her name? I keep forgetting what her name is. But Sayawa? Sayara? She's gonna come back. Like for the next game.
Yorties, and you'll get a knock at your door.
I hope I do.
What if Kiryu shacks up?
You know,
Sayama.
I
Oh,
always thought they did
Sayama.
well together.
Sayama.
Can't say I'm surprised.
Uh,
Of course,
good old
Sayama-kun's gonna put her
Date.
career first. No time for romance.
Yeah, guess so.
Date and Mine team up.
Damn thing's tapped out.
Here,
Ah, thanks.
Anything's possible now. Date
don't
gets
you
a
take
helicopter game.
a gift from me to you. No smoking in Division 1.
Div 1.
My first name is James,
Yes, I'm
just to
transferring
add
back,
some
effective next
context.
month. A Yakuza detail can smoke, but not homicide.
That's true. There are 3. Yeah, you guys, what's up with this? Jack, James. We need like a. Can we get a Jeremy in the group now? I feel like I should change my name to something that starts with a J.
Div 1 has a reputation to uphold.
Well, look at you moving up in the world.
I mean, Jaku.
I'm not so
Jaku
sure it's a
is
cause
Jack.
for celebration.
Why not?
This recent feud between the Tojo and the Omi. Metro PD and prefectural police
Yeah,
together
Jaku.
couldn't do a damn thing to stop it. On top of that, Chief Kurahashi's involvement with the Jingwan Mafia made for quite a splashy scandal. It's
Yep,
safe
that's
to say
Kiwami
the force's
too.
reputation has hit rock bottom.
Then why would you go back?
Gogeta.
I'm taking a bribe. They promoted everyone who had any involvement in the feud, and that includes myself and Sayama-kun. I suppose they think fast-tracking us to whatever plum post we want will keep our mouths shut.
Oh, hell. A promotion's a promotion. One way or another, you're back in the big leagues.
I suppose, yes.
Don't look too happy.
I'm
It
already
is
worried.
a Fair Life
About what happens to Kamurocho.
meal replacement protein
The
shake.
police are planning to back off both the Tojo and the Omi for the time being. Remove themselves from Yakuza matters. As well they ought to. It's only right after what the Yakuza did to spare our blushes.
Fair enough. So, what's got you biting your nails then?
I can't bring myself to trust the Yakuza just yet.
It's my dinner.
Without Kiryu-san heading up the Tojo
I don't have time to
clan,
eat.
I fear Kamurocho will slide right back into the muck.
Don't worry.
Because I'm gonna go to sleep after this.
Huh?
Guy like him always has a plan. He's not gonna let things go to shit. And he wouldn't leave Kamurocho without taking care of business first.
We should probably get going.
So,
Glycemic index.
Off
You
to
like
Kamurocho's.
Date's voice? I do like Date's voice.
Yeah.
I like the classic old man detective. Like, he sounds a little bit like this. And, hey, you know, back in my day, kids used to, like, run around instead of hanging out, you know, just hanging out in the red light district with some Yakuza boss. Like, who is this kid think she is? Hanging out with Kiryu-san. But he has that, like, pops retired detective like English accent, like American accent, so it's kind of like at home because I watch a lot of that stuff. Yeah, it's so stereotypical. So it's on the nose, which I do quite appreciate when it comes to like side characters and what. Like the other guy, the I've got his name, but he showed up in the previous games too. He doesn't sound as straight laced. Like it could give him a more straight laced thing. But I enjoy caricatures. I don't mind. Date feels like a guy that you can sit down and say, hey, you want to hear a funny story? Like, there's this one time I found a cat stuck in a fire hydrant, or I don't know. I have no idea. Or there was this one time where there's this, we found this Yakuza lieutenant in a diaper. Wait, has that happened already? Has that trope happened already? I don't think that trope has happened yet. I think that's much later. That might have been Yakuza 6.
Didn't want to leave without stopping by Stardust and saying goodbye to Kazuki and Yuya. And then...
And then...
Well, there's one other person I need to talk to before I leave.
About the Tojo clan.
Yeah. If things keep on the way they're going, Daigo will end up 6th chairman. But the truth is, he's still young.
Oh, that's right.
I'm not so
It's
sure
not
he can pull
installed
the
yet.
clan together.
Isn't there a man in diaper substory in one of the games? Yeah, it's a running gag. And then I don't know what the first version of it is. Like it becomes a full-blown gag. So like that diaper guy comes back, like the diaper thing escalates. And then they have a name to it eventually, but I don't think it's before this. But the diaper gag turns into an existing sub-story gag. The other one is the bumping. The bumping gag is consistent. I'm good. Like when this Kiwami games reduce the number of sub stories, like historically in general. So I'm kind of curious which ones they keep. So I'm guessing like 30-ish sub stories, right? Instead of this game, you already know, Jack, has like 115. I think this game had one of the largest number of sub stories, like 100 plus, right? And usually these Kiwami games, they reduce them down to like a third of them, and it's usually the most consistent gags in the sub stories, along with the most like consistent themes. Like, so one of them is definitely like scamming. There's 119. Yeah, it's on the higher side. It's actually one of the higher ones. I think it might actually be the highest, if not second highest. And they started trimming them back as they're going. So sub stories don't ever eclipse like 50. And now sub stories, like in the current generation of stuff like Infinite Wealth, it's separated into 3 tiers. There are like serialized stories, sub stories, and then there's like 1 bits, and then there are gags. So they make up like the 3 prongs. So there, a sub story has a serial in it. So like there's a sub story that runs like 6 sub stories and a few of those, and then you have gags, and one of them is the diaper gag.
So you need someone to share the weight. Who do you have in mind?
My prediction for sure, the first thing to be cut, like, and I imagine that's what people are upset about probably, is I can't imagine a modern Yakuza game right now like this game, and it's kind of for a similar reason that the thing about the Kagawa thing. Um there is the political like kind of casting and red tape. I don't think Mac is going to be in this game. I think Mac will no longer be in Yakuza 3, 4, and 5. However, the way it is, because he was the token like American tourist like black guy, right? So I'm pretty sure like Mac is not in this game. Yeah, otherwise, honestly, even the teasers, like when they are having casting call, like when they're advertising this game, Mac would show up. Mac would be like in front of some sort of trailer. There would be a flash of Mac. So I'm pretty sure Mac is not in this game anymore, and in this game series in general, because he was the token black guy. I think you're right. Pretty sure you heard Mac got cut. Yeah, and that's not necessarily like I can look. You can look at it from the perspective of, oh, well, yeah, they didn't want to cast it, or they were lazy, or something like that. But my thought is, the token black guy was an anachronism a lot of times, and it was very whimsical. In fact, Mac was one of the more whimsical things in the series prior to Casca. What all the things post Casca were really zany. Like people are like there are weird token characters. Like one of them, to be a little slightly spoilery, one of them is like a Japanese nerd, right? Like an Asian nerd and a scholar, or like your Chinese token characters, right? I think going to get to like a Dragon 6, for example, to Song of Life, many of the token characters that deal with like Yakuza 4 and 5, they have a lot of cross-cultural things, and most of them are token characters, as in characters that are simply there to reinforce stereotypes, right? But they should be stereotypes because that represents the time of its, the time that they created. And Mac is one of them. Mac is definitely one of those characters. Now, the question is how many of those characters are not going to return for them? And obviously, the alternative argument is people are upset that you cut content, or they consider it as cut content, because the game is basically, if you don't include something, then it's a retcon, or it is less of a game because it's not the same. And Mac is probably one of the biggest, because the combat system and the modernization of the combat system isn't going to use that mechanic, the whole Mac mechanic, the revelation mechanic. And the revelation mechanic, some people might argue, well, it fits really perfectly now because Mac was wacky. All those scenes are wacky. They're more like Casca's Yakuza than anything else. And I'm like, yeah, it's a fair argument. It's hard to please everyone, but you understand both sides. Yeah, like in a way, some people could make an argument, like myself, casting Mac would feel modernization. It would feel appropriation, basically, like in a way that they are able to make it whimsical and zany, like Infinite Wealth. Pretty much most things after Yakuza 7 is very zany. They're very happy and very bouncy. But maybe they're going a different direction with this storyline, and they're just gonna go and say, you know what, we're not gonna try to do zany stuff, so let's just cut all the zany stuff out and make all the characters we want to survive, to make it darker and darker, like darker in the sense of not like the deaths of people, but more like let's go and keep all the characters that makes it so that Kiryu doesn't go down the route of I believe in things and you believe in things that believe you and believe in me in situation. Like, because Mine is a very dark character. If you have to put your finger on it, it's far darker. Like, my thought is, what if Mine is the Akiyama? Akiyama of Yakuza 4? Then there are going to be people who are going to be upset because Akiyama is like, you can't, like, after Yakuza 4, it's very difficult to be like, oh, is he coming back? Is he coming back? That situation. So who knows? I'm like, pretty much I was fairly confident when even finishing like Infinite Wealth. My first thought is, if Kiwami 3 happens, Mac would be the first thing to cut. That's like kind of a really iconic thing. Despite Infinite Wealth and Casca, they have token black people. Like, I understand some people might be a little sensitive with this categorization. We actually spent a long time talking about this categorization already, earlier today, but there is a token black couple actually. Like when I mean by couple, I mean brother and sister. What's his name? The arena guy, which did show up in the other Kiwami games. Howard Bones, something. He has a pun name like Jackson Bones, Howard Charles Bones, something. I forgot, but he's a arena character. And there's they've been weaving slowly and slowly into the sub storylines.
There is someone who knows the Tojo clan inside and out, just like I do. He's our best bet.
Ah, him. It's a risky idea. Do you really think Daigo has what it takes to rein him in?
Nobody does. You just can't put a collar on some dogs.
Goro Majima. If you could make him see a way he'd be able to use the Tojo to his advantage, you just might get his help.
If we're lucky.
I'm going to be talking about all
Be
this at the
honest.
end of
Do you really think you
Kiwami
can get
2
him
as
on
a wrap
board?
up. Kiwami 3 at the wrap.
Don't have much choice. That's why I have to see him today.
Yeah, the big black guy who worked with Majima Construction, right? Yeah. I forgot his name. It's like Charles Howard Bones, or like it's a combination of like a pun English American name for what he is. Like it sounds like an English name for that guy, an American English name for his name, for his like figure, like how he looks. Also, hear me out. Pirate Yakuza already have Gary Buster Holmes. That's it, Gary Buster Holmes. And sorry, slight spoiler, but he has a sister. Anyways, what you call it? That's the Mac character. I really thought they would be able to pull off Mac. That would be the argument for Mac coming back in Yakuza in Kiwami 3, but I guess not. They might be segregating themselves from all the multicultural stuff. So in like Yakuza 4, there's a Filipino as well. And also there was a lot of stuff in Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5 that was multicultural, so I don't know how if they're like just going away from that, so they're homogenizing Japanese, right? That can be a thing in order to be identifiable from Casca. All of Casca's stuff is multinational. Like the whole idea of Casca is like sunshine and rainbows, like get together, friends be friends, right? Like everyone becomes friends. Practically everyone is friends with Casca. Even the enemies, like Casca would hug someone to death. Like, you know, smother them in I believe in you, right? That's Casca's thing. So an alternative storyline to contrast Casca would be to make whatever the Kiryu saga or the Mine saga or the Kirin saga to be as melodramatically centerfold as possible, which does also give an opportunity to make it like as Japanese as you like, right? As a point of contrast. So that could be a thing. And also Pirate Yakuza already happened. And my thought is I think their direction that they possibly could go is they're just gonna write about Mine, Mine Majima and Kiryu, which was established from Yakuza 0 to now Kiwami 3, where that's just a setup for a three-man group that is like lone wolves and not about buddies, like solo venture, dark, like selfish, immortal powerhouses, right? The stuff that runs neck to neck with each other. Kiryu, opposite of Mine, and Majima, right? And Majima has already have a spin-off game now. So the idea is like who else can you add into it? Saijima. And you can round out the cast like that as opposed to going lighter and lighter. Because Akiyama And the temporary ones, they are really dark too, but they started sliding closer and closer to like feels good characters that they're suave, debonair, but they're not connected to the criminal, like the yakuza in some way. They are tangential to the yakuza. That's when then Casca started flowing in, where all the other things are like, oh well, technically not really, technically civilian, technically like, so I don't know. I feel like setting the foundations to split the identities apart is can be a creative choice. I don't know. You're fine knowing he has a sister because that means he's in the games you haven't played yet and you liked him in the you just like, yeah. The way his sister comes up is weird. It's zany. It's Casca's era. So Casca era stuff. Casca is the era of zaniness. And I honestly think the post Kiwami. So Kiwami, this is gonna be the last Kiwami game. I'm pretty confident, in my opinion, that they're gonna drop like what they announced. They already announced it in kind of like a interview or something. This is the last Kiwami game, right? And then once the Kiwami title is dropped, that's when the timeline splits. And I genuinely think they're simply setting it up so that it can prepare contrast. I mean, near like the 4, 5, and 6, honestly, Kiryu is like a backseat most of the time in 4 and 5. Not that I'll tell you how or why or something like that. I think they're trying, in my opinion, they're gonna shrink down the cast. Now the question is, one of the big things is Akiyama gonna be one of those characters, or is Akiyama getting cut? I mean, Mine and Akiyama has some level of redundancy. Like Mine, strong strategist, like, you know, quick on his feet, quick on his head, and he deals in uh like business, right? That's Akiyama. Akiyama does the same thing. So whenever someone was saying like, "Oh, but what are they gonna do with our boy Akiyama?" and because of that Mine ending, sorry, like again, a bit of a retcon spoiler or whatnot. It might just be Mine. Mine might be the dude. You really like the sub story in Yakuza 3 where Mitsuo, oh yeah, the kid wanted to go out and help the older one. I think the older one was Saika. I think maybe it was something like Psycho or Saika, and it touched on racism. Yeah. Oh yeah. That thing too. It also they also did the sub story about bullying, right? Not the racism, but the bullying one with Shino. I think that's his name too. The younger, intelligent one, the one that it's technological. Like the stories were fantastic for the orphanage thing. Um, I thought it was Yakuza 3 has a special place because it reminds me of the cross section between Persona games and Like a Dragon games because it offers the opportunity to talk about kids. And hear me out. I got a really big deep cut to this. Since I started language learning in Japanese, I've come across what's his name? Oh no. What is his name? I want to say his name is Taka. We'll just call him Taka for now on. Actually, hang on. I can tell you this. We just have to go on YouTube. You ever wonder like, man, your list is so. Oh yeah, his name is Taka. So Taka, Taka ni Nihongo Dojo is the name of the channel. Is a guy who does like YouTube shorts about Japanese. He does like a skit reads the Japanese word and then the subtitle and whatnot, right? He runs an orphanage. Over the last 3 years, he opened an orphanage for girls, boys, and then now he's working on raising like a place to feed, like provide food and like so it is a thing. And by coincidence, this guy, um, he kind of reminds me like in Yakuza 3. Yeah, I love that guy. Like he's so well groomed, like a video game character. Anyways, he practically looks like a Yakuza like character. Like he's so well groomed, but I really like him. And by coincidence, that's what he reminds me of each time. Like that's so sweet. Like, and orphanages are a thing. Like it's very tough to be abandoned. And what I mean by that is unfortunate events. Japan, I don't know if you want to see this as a good or a bad thing, but Japan, it has a culture, a very strong culture of patriarchal society and like a family unit. So when you lose your parents, right? Like when people like it's one of those expectations. Japanese families are well kept together. Like that is the expectation. So naturally the system expects that to be the social norm. But what happens when tragedy happens and kids fall through the cracks? Well, you would naturally expect, not that it's bad or good, you would naturally expect that a country that has a very strong family unit, like almost duty bound family unit, there isn't a necessity to have a system built in place to address the minority. And when kids get orphaned, it's tough in Japan. That's what happens, right? So that's kind of like a minority in a different place. If you are part of the minority, like if you're not lucky enough to fulfill the majority, there's no setup for that. That setup seems like it would be a compound reaction towards a deeper and deeper version of that. Yeah. Yeah. So, right now, this guy, he's really cool. Like Taka is really awesome. So he talks about it a lot. Like he talks about it in a way that I suspect that's what's happening, right? When you have a system that you're expecting to adhere to, and that's a good thing. But because of the good thing, there's also things that fall through the cracks. If you're constantly expecting excellence, then there's really no need for goodwill. Like, uh, I'm saying goodwill as in like welfare. In the United States, it's a little different, right? Like, oftentimes people refer to the United States as a welfare state, which is like particular states or even the United States in general. Their system, like the system here, like around here, is dealt with more focusing on the supporting side because the expectations are not adhered to, like as compiled, right? You have divorces, you have single parents. That stuff is not culturally normative. It's actually almost culturally normative now, not even a progressive thing. That parents, their system set for single parents, like, you know, constant child service, rotating custody battles and whatnot. But in Japan, you're it because of their high standards and whatnot, and most people follow through. Like your parents and success, the expectation of the child's success is that they have father and mother figures. In fact, it is also accepted in a real stereotypical way. By the way, this is how my Kiwami, like this is how my Like a Dragon games. If someone say like, why won't this guy stop yapping about things in about IRL stuff? It's like, this is me LARPing. Like I like talking about this stuff. That's why I play Like a Dragon games. You get to talk about a foreigner's perspective on Japanese culture or an extension of a Chinese person raised in the United States and comparing contrast culture. Orphanages are far like not as substantial as other places where they would expect these things to happen more often. So in Japan, it's incredibly tough when you are unlucky as a child because that's not typical. It's atypical for a child to be abandoned and or given up on. It's assumed that the marriage is solidarity. So in Japan, it's a social norm and it's a good thing. Like the majority of family units are incredibly duty bound, right? So that does mean that the trade off is that you don't invest in what happens if it doesn't. And unfortunately, like there's also like reverse discrimination against that. When you like literally, this is a thing. Oh, by the way, if you guys ever want to see something like that, Rental Family, the recent movie with Brandon Fraser, it actually addressed one of them. One of the situations that was shown or depicted in Rental Family is the idea of being a single parent in Japan. In Japan, when you're a single parent, your child is viewed with a less chance of success because your child is expected. It is expected social norm to have both parental figures. So whenever you're going for excellence, right? Like when you're going to apply to high academic status or privileged places, you would pick based on pragmatism, based on stringent, cutthroat things. You would pick families with two parents over a family with one parent because the odds of success are brutal. Two parents are more likely to be successful than one parent. In like, I'm not saying, the United States is like, don't weigh pragmatism or whatnot, but oftentimes when a single parent shows up and they make a profound argument as opposed to accepting facts, right? Like in Rental Family, it was portrayed pretty reasonably. Instead of accepting facts, you can use an argument of single parents as a point of strength and extraordinary opportunities. So in the United States, it might not always be seen as a negative to be a single parent, right? You have to weigh other circumstances. However, in Japan, a lot of times the interview process, you assume the dominant narrative. You don't voice your objection to the dominant narrative. And from a foreigner perspective, which was lovely in Rental Family, by the way, it demonstrated how a foreigner, like an American, would interact differently to speak up, like to still, but it's a double edged. In the Rental Family situation, they went with the more happier, like kind of a happier route. Oftentimes when you talk against institutions, right? Like, hey, well, she might be a single family, or like we might be like multicultural couples, but we can still do this. She likes it. Like you speak up for the individual, right? Against the status quo, which could put the question of the institution in question, right? You can put the institution's oversight in question. And it was a really wonderful movie. If you're if you're interested in like a kind of a west meets east kind of interpretation, but yeah, it does happen, and orphanages are one of them, at least in my opinion. From a foreigner in Japan, you assume it's expected that marriage is pretty much final. Yeah, it's very looked upon if you divorce, like something's wrong. What's the context of the discussion been in a meeting? It's about orphanages and like single parents or no parents for kids. Because of the social norm of the marriage ritual being incredibly firm, Kiwami 3 and Yakuza 3 is one of the few games where it shows Kiryu as an orphan, like as an orphanage person. Like he was an orphan too. And the idea is that there's a IRL. In actuality, this is a central piece in like culturally relevant things about orphanages and supporting kids in which their parents more or less failed to provide, right? And that was our discussion pretty much. And so now we're just gonna move on with this. Why does my controller just? Oh, I clicked out probably. That's probably. Oh, yeah, I clicked out. Okay.
Whatever it takes, I'll find a way to get through to him.
Think you'll manage that without a broken rib or two?
I guess we'll find out soon enough.
I knew about this before knowing Yakuza
Stay
3
safe.
existed. The whole orphanage,
I'll
like
try. You do the same.
marriage rituals. It's very similar to Chinese culture, where like when you get married, it is duty bound. Getting divorced, split up, like putting your children second ahead of the parents is a taboo. It's incredibly shameful. In fact, it can often lead to disownment by the parental family. So usually, marriages are like one and done, and you deal with everything. Like you are not to fail your family unit. So oftentimes with expectations like that, it also to get drama up to speed as with that expectation, and if it's executed, then there are no supports for it. It really sucks because if there's abuse within the relationship, it doesn't happen. It gets suppressed. So like you have to deal with it, despite it being abusive or negligent. Like these things are like the hidden tolerances or things you must take up in an expectation in a culture that it expects it to work no matter what. Your shame and embarrassment outweighs your own happiness or individuality, right? And it sounds bad or good, but there's a mixed bag, right? Like it's a mixed bag, pros and cons. Where it doesn't work really, like it doesn't work really terribly. But where it does work, which is what most of the time it does happen, right? Most of the time, we're talking about majority, it works really well. So that's kind of the nature of having less diverse problems or solutions. When there are minority problems, they are genuinely not seen, right? And when you belong to that minority problem, it is felt. However, it's not like people are going to help you in that. So it is a very well known thing. Like my family personally, we do have a particular member in our family, and it is so tough. Like you have to you deal with it, or it's so much punishing. It's double punishing if you like break matrimony, like divorce, split up, like it genuinely is interpreted as selfishness from it in terms of the parents. It's a form of embarrassment because you decide to choose your own well-being and your happiness over your children. So in that case, when that expectation is so strong, there's no expectation to have to support children when they don't have broken households as an expectation. Yeah. It's very real. Like this stuff, I mean, this stuff existed well before the timing. I think this is what, 2009? I think the year is 2009. The Yakuza games are dated in the year that they're released. So I'm pretty sure this is around 2009 is the date. And that this like secret, so to speak, it's not really a secret. It's more like a pros and cons, human condition stuff, existed for as long as I was born. So it at least goes back to 1987. Like it's really tough. Like my parents, it's unfathomable regardless of how terrible, like, I'm not saying my parents are abusive to one another or anything like that. Through the worst times, despite them bickering and stuff, they make it work because any consideration of divorcing or splitting up the family unit is absolutely intolerable. And you will naturally be seen, like, even your entire family unit, your larger, greater unit, is often seen as a failure. Not like they can still somewhat support, like, humans are understanding. I'm not saying people are like Chinese culture or Japanese culture are cold hearted, but it's hard to go beyond seeing the failure. And the people who internalize it even more are the literal people who get divorced or leave a broken household. Like, they experience it like triply because that's the weight that they have when they go to marry. In now I'm contrasting with the progressive United States. Like, in the United States, you would say, like, well, you're 1 in 50 chance that you're gonna stay together, so you might as well enjoy the time, make the best of it, and have, go at it again. And that's kind of the norm stuff. Um, that just doesn't happen. Like, and here's the other thing. When, like, here's a tough one, remarrying because someone died. Like, say your partner dies, right? And mean an unfortunate end. They don't remarry either. It's so difficult to even overcome that. Like, you don't favor, like, because it would be betrayal. There will be a feeling of betrayal for the memory of your partner. So it's one and done a lot of times. Like, you rarely, if you're steeped in, like, really deep into these particular cultures, it's very difficult to even remarry. And I understand that it's difficult for everyone, but that's just, yeah, just remarrying with no other partner at all. No other partner at all. It's very difficult for someone to ever, like, find a cultural or like a somewhat spiritual reason. You live on keeping your partner and stuff. So you'll probably see a bunch of portrayals a lot of times when, like, there's a widow, right? Like, a widow or a widower that live on trying to find tranquility and closure despite an early death of their own partner, because it's like a culturally spiritual permanence. And you a lot of times from a Western perspective, like from myself, like, they could be so happy, so much happy, like, that's what you could even argue, that's what their partner wants for, their recently deceased partner would want for them. But that's not necessarily true unless it's coming from a Western perspective, because it's not quite true to expect that despite the person's not around anymore, they would be happy knowing that their partner has remarried and moved on from them. So it's kind of a wild statement, and it does breach cultural impasses. And that is tied to the orphanage problem, right? Like, think about children. Like, I actually don't know what the adoption rate is in Japan. Like, that would be a really interesting read. I might have to look into, like, how adoption works and whatnot. Because in the United States, for example, if I'm trying to juxtapose, family is family is family. Like, it's more like Casca's family, like in the later Dragon. When you become family, friends are family. Like, they're not bound by blood. That's why, like, the later games, in my opinion, a lot of times when they talk about family and the more progressive nature of the current timeline, like the Casca timeline is a 2025, and they went to Hawaii and stuff. When they talk about family, a lot of times it's emphasized either by bond, like the Yakuza thing, the whole kyodai and stuff. But in the United States, like, for example, in the diversity thing, adoption is a very common thing. Adoption happens a lot figuratively. Japan has one of the world's highest adoptions rate. Oh, interesting, with over 80,000 cases annually, but 98% of those adult males age 20 that adopt to continue family business legacies or names. Childhood adoption is very low, with less than 1% adoption rate for children in need. Oh, dang. Gemini? Yeah. So that's interesting. For legacy and name reasons, but not for adoption and need. Yeah, like uh I'm not going to speak for all of the United States, but generally the United States have this, like, when you are privileged, right? I'm not, my family is not that privileged to like suddenly adopt children, but generally speaking, privileged people, it's often a expectation where adoption is like a form of catharsis and a form of giving back. So adopting and having children unrelated, right? Unrelated children and whatnot is often a common sight. And in Japan, like how I feel about what my parents talk about and maybe possibly Japanese culture is that there is a very strong prevalence of blood ties, like ties of blood, right? So I know I just said that backwards, or like said it in two different ways. The idea is that there is a really strong expectation that you have your children and you take care of your children. And then it doesn't surprise me that the adoptions are typically for family business legacies or namesake, because it's about legacy, the like the prestigiousness of family names. And my same-sex couples, singles, and unmarried couples are restricted. Yeah, yeah, that's understood. That is a very, very common thing. Yes, yep, for sure. So, we have to keep in mind that in Japan, especially even in 2009, I think this is the time of it. Still very less progressive, right? I'm not saying what is good, what is bad. Please, I want to make it clear that I'm not saying that something is particularly good or morally bad, etc. The idea is we want to frame the context. I think the whole orphanage chapter in Kiwami 3 is an incredibly important chapter because it's the one chapter that address a specific side of the pros and cons or the trade-offs or compromises of Japanese culture's circumstances. When you like, it's one of those things, like if you always ace a test, then when something goes wrong, you have to learn or adjust to those things, right? But you can also choose to ignore those things if they don't happen very often. And that's common. It doesn't matter what type of human, it doesn't matter what type of culture you have. Humans, it's a human condition. When things are less likely to happen, they get less attention. And that also paves the other ways. Like, so then why is the United States seem like a welfare state? Largely because results meander quite a lot in the United States. Like, honestly, it's kind of difficult to not hear about disability, like the demand for better child support, and like those are the central, like they're very central to the United States, like policies and whatnot. And I was a kind of a product of that too, like because I was a minority, right, at the time I was growing up. Then my family got support. That's it's kind of like having help isn't necessarily synonymous or analogous to failing or not being good enough. That's kind of that's the state. And my parents might not have been aware of this, but I have because I was in the school system. My parents would not accept those things, right? Because of pride and um self-sufficiency and whatnot. So it goes to say that this also translates to Japanese culture, right? And I actually genuinely haven't watched any content creators from Japan, right, talk about what do they think about orphanages? Like what do they think about seeing like unadopted kids, like kids in need? Like what does that make them feel? Right? Because my thought is if I had to channel and put myself in the shoes, those are they're like and this is not I'm not talking about they're worthless kids or something like that. That's besides the point. But it shows stains or imperfections of their culture and their country. So oftentimes when they occur very rarely, one of the one of the reflexive ways to do it is to cover it up or like to mask it, right? And you might be thinking, well, where am I getting this idea? Well, I'm now thinking more like China. Like if you try to think about it's the Winter Olympics, it's very topical, but during the Summer Olympics, there were many observations how the Chinese culture paints over its minority like appearance things to feel like that the problem is not there, right? Because there's pride and face and whatnot. So some of the less apparent shortcomings of their system can easily be paved over, like in an orchestrated way. So I'm not suggesting again that one system is better than another system, but oftentimes when a system works 90% of the time, then the other 10% doesn't get a lot of attention. That's kind of how minorities work. And I say this because there is a bit of romanticism for me when I think about the United States because it was because there was a hyper attention to the minority because they're looking for more from an individualistic standpoint. Like, oh, hey, here's a Chinese kid and their parents are hardworking, but they aren't like as well to do. But we can support this because there's appropriation requirements. So let's get this kid some government funding. In no way did I perform in a manner that like I have to count my blessings. I really truly think of this way. It is somewhat of a welfare state because even for myself, I'm like on paper, I did not perform better objectively than those kids who were rich. They had rich parents and they were multi-generation. They were much more well adjusted. But somehow the idea that I am a minority and performing within a range that has a lot of hope that I got support. I don't think that's the same in Japan, right? That's what a pure like if people talk about where's the meritocracy in things, right? That's the double edge of meritocracy. What if you were born behind? Meritocracy can't account for people who are born behind. What if you were born to one parent? Well, then you're behind. And it's like, but wouldn't a system help you? Because no, not necessarily. If you're behind, you're behind. That's what meritocracy is. It's not a welfare state. You do not pull people up because you're behind. You get shunned and you get buried. And not that I'm again, there's probably systems in place. The idea is you're comparing it in two different priorities. So there's pros and cons. So excellence breeds excellence. If you want a meritocracy, then no one's gonna pick you up when you're meritless. Like you don't get attention if you can't do something or keep up with it, and it's internalized. In my opinion, that breeds that excellence. Like for me, how do I make things work if I don't have support? That's not a choice. That when I was growing up, when someone says, "So what happens if you didn't make it to college?" I didn't. That wasn't a choice. Like I never thought of the idea that I wasn't going to make it to college. I honestly, it was very rare for me to even think I wasn't gonna get a PhD. Like that sounds like arrogance, but that's not from confidence. It's from fear. I talked about this quite a bit with like the immigrant family, like Fujianese and like Chinese. In a face culture, fear of shame and embarrassment is one of the driving forces. Like no one, like an American, like another from a different culture, for example, they don't have to tell me that I'm a failure. There's no stronger critic than myself. If you're raised in a Chinese household, yeah, your parents like rail you, and you know your tiger moms and stuff rail you, but there's no person stronger. Like I know this is kind of relatable now in the on the internet, where like what is the most strongest critic on the internet most of the time? Yourself, right? But that's coming from a different source. It's not coming from cultural duties. So for me, no, failure is not a question. And the reason why I was successful is not because I was arrogant and confident that I was ahead, is that failure is not acceptable. So when it comes to that type of mentality, you also have to think about it in marriage. When you are married to someone, failure is not an exception. Failing your children is not acceptable. So, with that mentality, also comes with the idea that, yes, everyone who gets married, you expect them to be successful or even doubly successful if they get married. If they get married, their success rate goes up. Like they are more likely to be successful. So, than a single and then an unmarried individual, even same sex couples, actually. So, the idea is it's always tiered towards the ideal, quintessential narrative of success. So, that's kind of why it's like to get an Asian F, which was the joke earlier. And it's also what it's like to not become a doctor or like some high paying professional when you're competing with a different culture that do not have those commitments. And obviously, that sounds very uh, blatant and cold. It is cold. And it's pros and cons of a cold, pragmatic culture. That's where the excellence come from, right? Like the perspective of excellence. Now, do I value like, and no, like with all due respect to my extended family and my immediate family, like my parents, I really appreciate and understand that way of thinking. I also appreciate that loving people and compassionate people who find joy in not valuing performance over their ability to help others, and like because when you're helping others you're also bringing them down, or you're also alleviating their need to apply themselves. Like that's kind of the mentality. Orphanages fulfill that role too. Like I think it allows me to appreciate that someone who runs an orphanage, like a virtual video game character like Kiryu, has his prestige and his like uh status in life is dramatically elevated for me. Others could see it as he's wasting his time. He could be helping children that are successful, like that are more likely to be successful. So you might sound, oh yeah, that's kind of cold. Right? Well, yes, because it's about success. Like, how pragmatic are you? Would you pick a child that's less likely to be successful or a child that is more likely to be successful if you were to spend your time? And growing up in the United States and to Chinese parents, I kind of see both. It's very tough too. Like each and every day, like I say this and I stick by what I say about this, about helping people. I help people not because I'm expecting something to in return. That's what is not a meritocracy. Because um you bring yourself down. Like you're trying to prop up things that would be selected out of competition, right? It's the better people, the more they will thrive. Spending your time trying to prop up things that will not be successful is on a pragmatic standpoint weighing you down. And that's kind of what the Western romanticization, like when I think of the welfare state, right? For every, and it still happens, by the way. Like, I'm not denying that the welfare state has all pros. It has cons too. It has people who abuse the welfare state. You know, people who don't apply themselves and take advantage and pulls them down. So there's pros and cons on the other side of things too. However, for me, I choose to see and understand the realities and still appreciate that for those people who sacrifice their ability to get ahead and, you know, get even further, they spent time carrying other people in the hopes that they will carry themselves in the future. Otherwise, you can embrace a pure meritocracy and abandon those ones that are going to pull you down anyways. It's going to pull down the overall society and that, etc., right? The kind of the really harsh truth about things. So for myself, I often tell myself, do I have enough? In a meritocracy, you often honestly can't have enough. You want to always be getting more so that your success goes up, in my opinion. But for myself, I often tell myself I'm happy, I have enough, and now it's time to share the wealth. And not in like I understand some people would say like, oh well, that sounds kind of socialist and or communist or something like that. It's like, no, it's more like I have excess, so now I care about the future. And the future is not me. I know how that sounds, but the future is our children. And it doesn't have to be literally our children, it's just whoever comes after you, right? I don't think that's the narrative oftentimes in Japan, especially given the policy. If you're thinking about policy, like who runs the policy, who makes policy, if they were talking about baton passing, the environment would look very different. You already have a massive amount of respect for people who run orphanages here, even so in a country like Japan and China. Yeah, because effectively, if you want to think about it, running orphanages means that they don't get anything in return. Like, you might be thinking, oh, maybe they'll get recognized by the children. It's like, if there's no guarantee that if you run an orphanage, the kids will be there. They have an uphill battle, right? Like, despite your best effort to run orphanages and stuff, it doesn't get the kids ahead. It gets them hopefully to catch up and have a chance. That's not the same as, oh yeah, now there are orphanages and now they're going to be as competitive as everyone else in a competitive country. Like in Japan and China, an orphanage could get your foot through the door, but they're still going to play catch up. The odds of success is very low here already, like in the United States and on average, but it's much lower, in my opinion, if from a foreigner perspective, it's much lower in Japan and China. Because you're competing with people who have parents, right? And that's rough. Anyways, I this was gonna be a talking topic for Kiwami 3 the whole time because it's actually centered around orphanages and how Kiryu is an orphan. And the whole concept of Kiryu up to this point is that someone took a chance on them, and then the romanticization, like the romanticizing of Yakuza is that Yakuza carried all the people that fell through the cracks. And instead of doing something much, much worse or like, you know, being invisible and whatnot, it became visible and it's kind of trying to demonstrate like, how did this happen? How did Yakuza happen in a sense? And then this is one of the things about like, well, Kiryu was an orphan. He was a kid that wasn't going to make it. And then kids that are abandoned tend to result to delinquency because delinquency is when there are no adults or guiding principles in their lives, right? And often you can make an argument, well, if you abandon the minority, you can prop up the majority. That's one way to look at it, kind of like in a monocultural culture that most of the people are successful. In another culture, it can become the source of the problem. So addressing the orphanage problem or the delinquency problem can overall raise the resources that were invested. So it obviously will vary from country to country. And in this case, oftentimes the United States, it's a welfare state. Like that's kind of the thing, and for better or for worse. So oftentimes you can hear people in the United States probably talk about the idea that, well, there are people who take advantage of this and abuse that system. It's like, yes, as much as it can help others, it can also be abused. So like human condition, right? In Japan, you really don't have that because there's not much system. There's still some systems in Japan that I'm aware of. I don't know anything about China, how like China handles like delinquency or like unfortunate circumstances. And most of the time I get this impression that they're paved over. They're painted over. It's gilded when it comes to support because the vast majority of people are expected to succeed. And yeah, this is kind of tough. And Taka, for example, the person that we're talking about, the social media person, his support, I don't think it's coming from locals. He does really well on the internet, the internet. And what is a great source of financial support that might not come from Japan? People from a welfare state. Like I can understand, like sometimes when I say I'm soft, like I'm very like, one thing that would definitely make me stick out in China, right? Even if I spoke like native Chinese or something, one thing that would really make me stick out as an American is that I'm soft. I'm like incredibly soft. So like what happens is, if I had a lot of resources, my first thing is I would probably give money. Like, oh, this person is helping, right? This person is helping children in a impoverished country. It's like, take my money. That's kind of like the thing. Or alternatively, if you're coming from a competitive culture, it's like, well, you should let them fix their own problems. Because if they can't survive in their own problems, giving them money will only make the problem worse. Like, because if you're giving them money, then it gives them a reason to slack off and not do anything, and it wouldn't fix the problem. You're putting a band-aid on that problem. I'm speaking in a way that it's a combination of the two sides of the argument. My parents would make an argument like, if you fail now and if you're given resources to offset your failure, it's not going to solve the problem of the failure. That's one of the double edges of welfare, right? And yet when I think about the opportunities that I have, it can also be transformative, right? When you aren't given chances, how do you even know that you are going to fail not having a chance in the first place? And that's the counter argument, and goes back and forth, for the record. Like, I could spend days arguing at least 2 or 3 sides of this. And that's kind of like, I place my childhood in basically in a nutshell. Whenever like a person comes by on the internet and say like, I don't get it. I have like ADHD and I fell 2 years behind or something. It's like, yeah, so did I was 2 to 3 years behind, and my first thought is, no, this isn't a reason for me to like chastise someone else. Let's go and try to figure out what the mindset is of this person, as opposed to saying, oh, I didn't have this and I still succeeded, so you should be too. That to me is what I used to think about when I grew up with only my parents' influence. If you failed and you're complaining about failing, it's your fault. Like, you are a failure, so if someone helped you, you're not fixing the failure problem. You're gonna immediately become a failure if you're not going to get yourself out of it. And that's kind of like one of the deep cuts into mental health, right? If you have a mental health problem, keep it to yourself. You deal with it, you overcome it. That's what you do. So it's reflected in many of the cultures. Like down to the that part, right? And one thing that is very different, in my opinion, is that's what I mean when I was earlier talking about, when Procar and I was talking about, um, when you say you're becoming a native speaker, or you're becoming native-like, or you're becoming fluent, I don't technically resonate with that very well, because you cannot supplant your growth contextually. So, like, I can't replace saying I grew up as a American, Chinese American in the US. So I understand those circumstances, and understanding those circumstances allows me to have the realities to figure out how to make it work. You can wishfully think that, oh, well, now I'm an American, so suddenly things will change, right? Because I'm somehow different now by the stature of my aptitude. It doesn't change certain realities. When you are born, for example, to a single parent in Japan, for example, you are behind. And then now, knowing that you're behind, what do you do about it? It's certainly not getting help from people who believe that, well, you're just unlucky in life because you should have had two parents. That's kind of the tough part. Of course, it's not that extreme to some extent. Immediate family members can be compassionate. You can still have examples where there are compassion and assistance around. But we're talking about, we can contrast that with, say, Latina culture. Like, their extended families are typically living together, like, at all times. So that's like, you're getting various contrasts. Anyways, it's a really fascinating cultural juxtaposition. And the reason why I say the imagery of Japan is different on the outside to a foreigner, because they can't possibly perceive that yet, is that when you go to Japan, you are always a foreigner. And when you go to Japan, you are an adult. Like, you're not a child that grew up in Japan. And I know a lot of times people make this argument like, well, then you can never be Japanese because you never grew up in Japan. It's like, exactly. And that's not a good or a bad thing. You have to understand what is the social norm of being an adult who moved to Japan, and that allows you the pragmatism and the realism to operate like adhere to the Japanese culture and thrive in the Japanese culture. Trying to think that you grow older in Japan as an adult does not change the fact that you didn't grow up in Japan as a kid. And that's my thought here too. I can't just suddenly change the idea that my parents are not Chinese. They were and are still Chinese. So some of my thoughts, I must understand how to use them, how to represent them, and then tell them as they are in pros and cons, right? Protocol often talk about like the Oriental Asian like intellectual advantages versus the emotional Western advantages, and yeah, I had a Asian pragmatic intellectual advantage, but I was emotionally stunted, and that was the thing that I had to deal with in like, communication was not my strong suit, and you can get it really, really quite far ahead with a fairly mediocre intellectual application, while emotional application, like, how are you, like, for example, uh here's one that is a super deep cut. How are you more adoptable in Japan? Like, I've often thought about this. Like, how do you make yourself more adoptable in Japan versus how do you make yourself more adoptable like in the United States? A greater sob story in the United States, higher legacy and incentive for the person that's going to adopt you in Japan. So, like, if you happen to be an orphan because of a tragedy of a well known person who has a lot of legacy and connection, they would most definitely adopt you. If you have a really sad sob story that like resonates with the person's emotional aspect, they will likely adopt you. So like I'm not saying that that's the only factor, but there's a disproportionate emphasis on what type of importance when it comes to the adoptability of a child, and that kind of reflects what it's like. A cold, calculating, high performing child is probably more adoptable, despite them like probably hating you or never relating to you, because they learn to deal with that, versus a child that can warm your heart, relate to you, but maybe not the sharpest tool in the shed. Different contrast. Yeah, anyways. All right, we're going back. Those are an interesting topic.
Goodbye.
Okay.
For now.
Yeah. Always pros and cons. You can't have the cake and eat it. You know what I mean? Like humans can't have the cake and eat it. At one point. It's a common theme that me and Procall and James and probably even Drama, that's come up multiple
Uncle
times.
Kaz, this is probably the last time we'll be in Kamurocho together, right?
No, of course not. We can still come visit anytime.
Is it the last time? No, it's not the last time.
What's wrong?
I just wanna have fun today. Me and you, Uncle Kaz. Can we?
Sure can. Kamurocho won't know what hit it. Sound good?
I wonder if they changed this part. You gotta sleep. Yeah, it was nice talking. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Jack. It's always fun.
Alright,
All these
Haruka.
things.
We've got the whole day. Where are we off to first?
Well, we're right by Stardust. Why don't we go there? Like you said earlier, I want to see Yuya and Kazuki.
Sounds good. Come on.
Barely even started Kiwami 3.
Lead the way.
Nope, I'm leaving her behind.
What?
Alright, Pops. Okay. They're saying really nice things about each other. Don't worry about it. They're basically saying, can we help you with enjoying the best day ever? And then Haruka's like, yay, we're gonna go while, you know, Pops is doing something. Okay. Alright, this is the tutorial, probably. Yep. This is new. Everything from here on in combat is new to at least Yakuza 3 anyways. Oh, neat. No, he already has a charge attack. Okay. Oh yeah. Forgot. You can pick up things. Can I grab one of you, please? Okay. Interesting. Okay, fighting stance. Quick step. Okay. Counter. Whoa, that is really responsive. What the heck? That's a big window. The heck? Yeah, critical, same deal. We're just doing manual, always sprints. It's good enough. Because fighting stance will cause us to... Ow, 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 ow. Where's my juggle at? Is it this one? Nope. Maybe it's longer? I'm looking for the uppercut. Nope. Okay, so he has only 4 right now. We don't have a pop-up.
Hi, Uncle Kaz.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfectly in the ordinary.
Uncle Kaz, look over there. Isn't
How
that Yuya?
Haruka is used to this. Don't worry. We're not, like, permanently traumatizing her in any way. Not after Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2. Oh, this is new too. All of this stuff is new because they weren't rendered in
A little early to be slacking off. Yeah.
the heckin' towel.
Kiryu-san.
So, what's with the getup?
Oh, this? They're just fixing up the club. Those Goryu jerks really did a number on the place, you know? All the hosts have been pitching in, tidying things up too.
You mean they're the ones doing all the work while you smoke?
What? You got it all wrong, Haruka-chan. I was
This is new.
taking a little breather.
I don't remember this
Sure
at all.
you were. Almost didn't expect to see you here. All healed up, I take it?
Yeah, you know me, tough as nails. Already back to fighting fit. Ah! Ow! Ow!
Take it easy there, tough guy. What about Kazuki? How's he doing?
He's still resting up over at Doc Emoto's place. Gonna be a little while till the boss comes home. Doctor's orders. But
Oh
he's
wait,
doing
maybe
pretty well.
not.
Glad to hear it. Was hoping to run into you both, but
Some of
I
it
guess
is
I'll
new.
break the news to you first. We came to see you guys today to say goodbye.
Huh? Kiryu-san, what do you mean, goodbye?
We're moving to Okinawa. There's an orphanage down there, and I'm gonna run it. Try my best to, anyway.
And you're going too, Haruka-chan?
Mm-hmm. We're sticking together.
She grew up at an orphanage called Sunflower. Same place I was raised. Turns out this place in Okinawa has ties to it. Heading down there and taking care of kids started to seem like the right idea. We know what they're going through.
Man, you're a stand-up guy, Kiryu-san. I'm gonna miss having you here.
When do I plan to
We
end?
can
I
still
have
see
no
each other
idea now.
anytime, you know. This isn't the end of the world. Not like I'm running off and leaving the
Maybe an
country.
hour and 15
Once
minutes.
Stardust is all fixed up, why don't you come visit?
At 7 a.m.
You know, that's not a bad idea. We do take a vacation every year. I'll tell the boss we should hit up Okinawa with the boys.
Sounds good. You guys are welcome anytime. Speaking of Kazuki, I think we'll go see him now.
Oh yeah? I know he'll be happy to see you.
Take care, Yuya. And remember, you're in charge while Kazuki's out of commission. Make sure the place is still standing when he comes back.
I'll do what I can. Well, Kiryu-san, Haruka-chan, you two have a safe trip.
Thanks. Bye-bye, Yuya. Don't forget to come visit.
Yeah, the one thing that
I'm glad Yuya's doing okay. I hope he really does come see us in Okinawa.
I'm sure he will. Once Kazuki's healed up. And they'll probably bring all of their friends, too.
Yeah, the one thing that really gives away whether you know if the American, like if they're American English speakers, or multicultural speakers, sometimes you do get Japanese Americans. Like for example, in Like a Dragon 7, Yakuza Like a Dragon, one of the main characters, one of the father figures, was played by Takei. Takei, the guy from Star Trek, right? And the biggest giveaway is a lot of the characters' names have R's in them, like Haruka. So Haruka, it's not like you know American English speakers can't pronounce ha, right? Haruka. The idea is the breakup is different, so you always have the R's. So whenever you hear like Japanese American, like you immediately hear Japanese American, they're the way they pronounce the names are. That's one of the biggest giveaways. And Kiryu is a very common one because Kiryu is the name of the game. But Haruka is one of them too. And despite I'm saying Haruka while talking in English, Haruka are Haru and Ka are all like to me, despite Ru being like not Ru, Haruka, if you say Haruka, is still not the same as Haruka. Haruka is different. So it still sounds like English. So when you say Haruka now, it's more or less as like I do for myself. I don't hear like it's not a leap in English. So whenever I hear people say like when they pronounce the names, it's like, oh yeah, I still remember that. Is your stream title, does this say part 2 because this is your second time playing, or is it this is my second session? This is the second session. It's always the number of sessions. In the first session, we played all of Dark Tides. And now we're RP walking. There's not enough room in the title to write, like, what? This is the first chapter. We are starting Kiwami 3. Like, this is the beginning of Kiwami 3. And we're just RP walking right now. I don't know why I'm RP walking. Yes, Haruka. All I can remember is if you run off. Wait, let's see what she says if I run off. Oh, she doesn't say anything. Oh yeah, she says nothing. Usually you would hear like, wait up, slow down, in Japanese. Like, she's just like, chotto mateo, like over and over again. But I think they just took that out. Apparently Subnautica 2 is set to come out with no more delays now. Oh, okay. Well, that's auspicious. Oh, she says we'll stay. Yeah, okay, fine. All right, let's go to Emoto. I don't remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Very, very common practice. They're just saying hello, how are you? And they're like, we're really nice. We just want to like punch each other for a little bit, teach the ropes. That's what this is. What's happening right now? You know. They're friendly punks. Okay, we're gonna learn guard. Wait, which one's guard? Oh. Okay. We can pick up weapons. Boink. Okay. Beats. Okay. Classic. Dragon boost. This is Kiwami. So when you ever do something like this, it's Kiwami. That's what they're referring to. Extreme.
What?
Okay. He said what, not wet. It kind of sounded like wet though.
Okay.
大丈夫だ. Right? No problems. Okay, and then the upgrading system. That's fine. Let me go in.
Hey, Kazuki. How you holding up?
Oh, Kiryu-san. It's very kind of you to check up on me. I've been feeling much better. The doc says it'll still be a while until I can go home, but at least I'm on the mend.
Good. I'm glad to hear you're coming along. You'll be out of here before you know it.
Thank you, Kiryu-san.
Kazuki, we actually came here to tell you goodbye.
Goodbye? What do you mean? Are you two going somewhere?
Yeah. Now that things have settled down with the Goryu and the Jingon. And Daigo's stepping up to lead the Tojo clan. Things may not be perfect, but I've done all I can. It's time for me to settle down too.
That's why we're moving to Okinawa.
Okinawa, huh? What a big change. That's pretty far away.
That's the idea. I'm gonna be running an orphanage down there. Sorry, me and Haruka will.
Wow. I know you'll do great, but I can't say we won't miss you both.
Yuya said the same thing. We'll miss you guys too.
But he said you and the whole team would come visit one day.
Right, our vacation. We've been looking for a good place for some R&R. Can't get much better than Okinawa.
You better not forget.
It could happen.
Don't worry, Haruka-chan.
It didn't
Tori and I'll see
happen
you soon.
in the original series,
Kiryu-san,
but it
thank
could
you
happen.
for everything. The only reason I'm still here is because of you.
You shouldn't be thanking me, Kazuki. Remember, I'm the one who got you involved in all this. If it
End
wasn't
of
for me and
Kiwami
the
2.
Tojo clan, you wouldn't be laid up here in the first place. For what it's worth, as the 4th chairman of the Tojo clan, I offer you my sincere apologies. I'm sorry, Kazuki.
Don't be like that, Kiryu-san. If you weren't there, who knows what would have happened to Kamurocho. We're lucky it's still standing. I lived in this town a long time, since back when Kazuma-san was still around. And the two of you always looked out for me. So please, there's no need to apologize.
Not sure about that, but I won't argue too much with a man in a hospital bed. Thanks for having my back, Kazuki. I mean it.
Of course. Take care of yourself, Kiryu-san.
You too.
I really, really hope you feel better soon, Kazuki.
Thanks, Haruka-chan. Be good now, okay?
Okay. Bye.
Am I concerned about my circadian rhythm in terms of sleep habits?
You're leaving town. Did
Takes
you
a
say
while
goodbyes
to see a
the folks
shift.
in the Tojo clan yet?
No, I decided not to bother them. Daigo and Yayoi-san have their hands full trying to put things back together. Besides, it's a new day.
Not really.
Now that Daigo's in charge, the Tojo clan doesn't need me anymore.
Entrainment takes a while.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
It's all right. I wrote Daigo a letter. Asked Kashiwagi-san to give it to him after I left. That's good enough.
No, I
need
don't.
to drop in on him now. But there is someone I have to see before I leave.
I don't plan on
Whether I
keeping the
like it or
current
not.
sleep schedule.
I've got an idea that might get the Tojo clan some help.
Majima. So what's the plan? Gonna ask him to keep an eye on Daigo?
Not quite. If we want the heads of the other families to accept Daigo, they need an example.
Oh
They
yeah,
need
that's
someone
right.
born from the old guard to come forward and show them a little support first.
Yeah, Majima ends up being in the circle.
Well, couldn't you push
Profit
him around
takers.
a little to bring him in line?
Not me. I'm not part of the Tojo clan anymore. It wouldn't be right for me to interfere. I can't be the help Daigo needs. Besides, it's funny. Wasn't so long ago the Tojo clan wanted me dead. Can't say I blame him. I brought down some of those families after all. Made my fair share of enemies in the ranks over the years.
So you need someone who's been around the block like the Mad Dog.
Right. None of the patriarchs have what it takes to keep Majima-san in line. Nobody messes with him if they can avoid it. And that's why I need someone like him to back Daigo. Show everyone how to follow orders.
I get the gist. Well, you're probably headed out to see him sooner than later, I take it.
Not just yet. I promised Haruka we'd walk around Kamurocho a bit first. Enjoy the last day in town. I'll go see Majima-san once we're done.
Haruka. All right, the young lady.
They're just standing
I'm gonna
awkwardly in
hazard
the
a guess
distance.
You won't be taking her with you to meet Majima. I'm happy to watch her here if you like.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. All right, we'll head out for now. I'll be back later to drop off Haruka. Thanks, Doc.
My pleasure, Kiryu-san. Good luck.
Kiryu's also over 50 years old in this game, I think. He is a grandpa. I think he's almost 50.
All right.
All right, looks like we're doing karaoke. Oh, yes. Here we go. It's time to sing.
It's been ages since we sang karaoke. This is gonna be so much fun.
Didn't know you loved singing so much. We can go whenever you want, you know.
But we have to RP walk over there. Heck, just run. Run, Haruka. Pick up your feet. Oh, okay. Lala Mobile? Oh, this is new. Get ready, get great savings when you switch to our mobile service. Learn more here at La Mobile. Kind of reminds me of T-Mobile. Cell phones. Have we heard that before? Oh, he has a... Okay. Oh, so we're gonna go get a new model. This is new. The battery only lasts for an hour or so. Dang. Alright, time to get a new... This is new. It kind of just reminds me of Moto Razor.
Yeah.
2009? When was 2009? Nah, that's way past. Oh, this is our first model? Alright. Hear my tone, but that sounds dangerous. You need the new model for sure. Okay. So different was changed. New one? Alright, cool. Yeah, 17 years ago.
Thanks.
Alright, this should give the standard functionality. Yep.
Yeah.
Fancy. Cell phone parts? Oh! Interesting. You can change the stuff for decoration purposes. Ooh, you can customize the ringtone. What accessories? Oh, we should have some bonus accessories from... Yes. This is from buying the deluxe version. So, boost damage when health... Oh, this is the equipment stuff. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Boost health is... Boost damage when health is maxed out. I'm gonna increase the heat charge when health is maxed out. Charge faster than when you're lower in health. Charge heat faster the lower your health. I just want to use the RGG logo. That's this must be the the extra DLC stuff. Raise slightly in Dragon Dojima style. I don't even know what the style name is. I guess the default is Dragon. Attacking charges your heat gauge a little faster. Attacking charges your heat gauge a little faster. Boost damage from heat action. Boost damage. Oh, I guess we're just gonna shill, right? Let's just shill. Oh, no, wait. You can add... Oh, you can string them together. Oh, that's kind of cute. Intriguing. What's my lock screen? Oh, here's the extra stuff. Oh, okay. We have some definitely... Dang. Now let's go. Let's just shill. This is the shill right here. That's as shilly as I'm gonna get. Decorate? The heck? Wait, I don't. Oh, these are presets. Sorry, these are presets. Kamurocho Lullaby. It's one of the things. There are more to customize. Okay. Let's just wait. So that's how they're doing the customization of your like battle equipment. What? The paint. Oh wait, I don't feel a thing. Okay, if you don't.
Hey.
Who's she? That's our president. Oh no, it's just like a. This is probably the replacement for maybe the cabaret stuff or the hostess stuff. Oh really? She looks so casual. Lala Aizawa from La 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 Mobile at your service. Nice to meet you. Uh-huh. Yeah, oh, OMG, how cute are you? Do you want to, like, be our mascot? Hey, kidding, but seriously, you make an adorable looking little La 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 gal. Would I need to wear makeup and glittery stuff? Or all this tech talk is kind of beyond me, but I know my daughter's not interested in being your mascot. Anyway, what was that laser just now? That's like the red thread transmission thing. Yeah, it's the latest tech. You can use it to trade info, interact with other users. Anyone you interact with becomes a la 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 friend. Okay, so this is inherited from Asuka stuff. It's your social network. If you trade signals with the same person a bunch of times, you become la la lovelies. You can learn what other secrets and gossip. Okay, I see. So they have the friendship network stuff. Okay. La la what? Alright. Shoot laser beams. I got you. Laser beams of love.
Which one?
Oh my goodness. How do I know who I can shoot? You? Right. Oh.
Alright.
Oh, I had to shoot her.
Can I get your number?
Can I get your number?
Got it.
That's certainly new. Like the way it's interacting. Alright, so now we're Lala friends. Great. As part of our new campaign, if you point the beam at these love boxes, they'll open up and you can snag whatever's inside. Oh, those love boxes. I see. So we have a scavenger hunt thing. That's fine.
Okay.
She's smart? Really? I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's go and sing karaoke now.
Which one?
So there might be loot. How do you know loot? How do you see loot? There's their proximity sensor for them. We're gonna avoid encounters. Quick, open up! Alright. So we're obviously gonna sing Bakamitai, right? And then listen to his rendition.
Sing, Uncle Kaz?
Oh. Okay, we're gonna cheer on Haruka here.
I'll sing my heart out.
I don't remember the song in Japanese. These were never in English beforehand. At least I don't remember this one being in English. We're always comparing the languages, even in Chinese.
I thought maybe you'd just forget.
L-O-V-E, lovely, Haruka, go, go, let's go, Haruka!
The chant.
Saying I love you, but I couldn't press the send
H-A-R-U-K-A, Haruka, 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 Haruka! Let's go! Haruka! Whoa, Haruka! Haruka! Whoa, Haruka! Haruka! Whoa!
last chance and I won't let it go. No! I'll reach out to you and let you know any day now you will be mine. I'm not the girl I used to be. Walls I thought I could never climb, but now we're just a leap.
Whoa,
I
Haruka!
hope this is more than a dream. What if you can hear me up there? My heart's beating out of my chest. It's time that I believe I can change myself.
Whoa! Oh! Whoa! Oh! Whoa! H-A-R-U-K-A, Haruka!
He's okay. You can definitely tell that the person is, they might be falsettoing their voice to sound like a lot younger. So singing in that voice might be a little weird. I don't know, but it's definitely a struggle for this person. A bit flat. Then again, you could say they're role playing a kid. Some of the English speakers are the Mine English guy, he can sing quite well. Perfectly natural discussion. They're basically offering like help, you know. Yeah, this guy, they just want to share like a drink together. They're talking about if they want to hang out and play a game of, you know, a bout of Halo. Just friendly conversation. Purely innocent fun. Oh, that actually reached. Ow! Hold. Nope. I think you need upgrades, probably, beforehand. Missing a few things.
Hey.
Oh, they realize it's Kiryu Kazuma. That's right. Because these guys are Tojo. And then now they tell us about like Majima. Majima is waiting.
No.
Hi, Uncle Kaz.
Yeah.
So now we go and
That was so much fun, Uncle Kaz. Can we go singing again sometime?
Sure can. There's karaoke in Okinawa too. Just say the word and we'll go. Anytime, anywhere.
can't you see I'm trying to have a quality time with Haruka before... Oh, I can't guard while in fighting stance? I try to guard in... Oh no, that's not. Oh, I think it's 3. It's on 3. The pop-up might be on 3.
So earlier I was saying, that was so much fun, Uncle Kaz. Can we go singing again sometime?
Sure can. There's karaoke in Okinawa, too. Just say the word and we'll go. Anytime, anywhere.
Awesome! That's a promise then, Uncle Kaz.
Alright, let's look at abilities. We need more things. How do I know what... Okay, I don't have the style yet. Deliver... Oh, there's the hold down. Wait. No, that's not a pop-up, but... Take it. Perform... a front kick, then follow up with a devastating roundhouse. Interesting. What about this? Grab... we're fine with that. A heat action that unleashes hold X, then press on. Interesting. So it's triggered right away. It's initiated. Attack from behind. Oh, you need to acquire that. I see. Oh, there's other points to accommodate. Alright, fair enough. We'll give him a little bit of punch, right? Take the first rung. Alright. Alright, we're just going. Pick up your pace. How'd it go? Wrong way. Can I still trigger this? Go in. Ow. Oh, that's pretty smooth. Yeah, the roundhouse is like okay. Oh yes. Wait. Is that the pop-up? Oh no. Yuko.
What a waste of time.
Yuko wakateki o kurau. Hi?
You there?
Yeah.
Alright. So we got the lead on Majima. And then we're leaving Haruka behind. And then the impressive... I wonder if they changed the Majima's entrance. It's a pretty dramatic entrance. We're going all the way to Oh, we're not going over here. Interesting. Oh, I can beam someone.
What's your number? Got it.
What graphics space is this game using? Dragon Engine. It's proprietary. It existed since Like a Dragon 6, so it's like 10 years old. Not really 10 years, maybe like... Yeah! It's close. Oh hey, it's Nishida, right?
Thought I recognized that helmet. Nishida, right? They're with the Majima family.
Oh, Kiryu-san, hello. Good to see you.
Yeah, this is a proprietary.
Oh, the boss had some business at the Kazama family office, so I'm just waiting for him out here. Wait, I probably shouldn't have been too casual with you. Should I call you former chairman or...
Don't worry about it, Nishida. I'm a civilian now. You can call me whatever you want.
Good. I'm glad I didn't offend. I think I'll stick with Kiryu-san then. Old habits and all.
Hey, whatever floats your boat. So, how long's he been in there? Think his meeting will go much longer?
Oh, no. I'm sure they're done by now. The boss thinks meetings are boring as shit, so I doubt it even lasted a half hour. I bet by now you'd find him on the roof, looking down over the city. Might come as a surprise, but the boss can be pretty sentimental sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm sure he's all torn up inside about you leaving town, Kiryu-san.
Yeah, that's why they were going up the Millennium Tower earlier.
Think so, huh?
Later.
Well, it's nice of you to say, anyway.
It's very good, given it's proprietary.
Him, though, right?
It's
Yeah.
old too.
We need to talk.
They usually stick with their engine. Like the engine before this was another 10 years, so it's going to be like 20 years. Um, there is talk, at least my talk is thinking like Infinity, in like the Yakuza or Like a Dragon 9 could be the feature title for their Dragon Engine 2, or if they overhaul their current engine, maybe. But
Right.
there, it's a
Kiryu-san,
workhorse engine
the
for
boss
sure.
has a message for you. You didn't think you'd just waltz up and get a sit down with me, did ya? Kiryu-chan.
What?
Even you ain't that dumb.
Oh, by the way, the English voice actor for Majima is Matt Mercer.
You want my
So he's trying
time?
to imitate Matt Mercer right now. Is the company Japanese based? Yeah,
You
it is.
gotta earn it.
It's Sega.
Go ahead. Prove to me you got what it takes on the dumbasses you see before ya.
That's a pretty good impression if that's not Matt Mercer himself.
Now get going. Chop chop. Don't keep me waiting.
Okay. There is a really good chance that the Nishida Matt Mercer never would have expected that. Majima is incredibly, like, he's an incredibly figurehead of this game. Like, so none other than Matt Mercer himself. There is a chance that Nishida is like a different character, and then when he was doing the impersonation, Matt Mercer actually said it's pretty close. It's pretty impressive.
That's all of it. I'm very sorry, Kiryu-san.
If it's the voice actor making an impression of Matt Mercer's Majima, that's pretty good.
Guess he figured I'd be stopping by at some point.
He probably had a gut feeling. Wouldn't surprise me. The boss's instincts are usually spot on. It's nothing personal, Kiryu-san. You understand. The boss gave us orders, so shall we?
All right, all right.
All right.
But you know,
Standard test.
for a bunch of grunts just doing what they're told, you sure seem happy about it. Let me guess. You all volunteer?
The boss encourages enthusiastic participation.
Excuse me.
Sure does.
Brotherly love.
No,
Again, brotherly love. This is how they talk, you know?
Give me your best shot. I knew you'd understand, Kiryu-san. Well then, here we go.
You see, this is how they communicate back in the day. Aura break. Oh yeah, this is the same thing. Okay. Oh, he has an aura already? I gotta get rid of all of your other... Whoa. Wait. Hold! I'm trying to... Whoa, you guys need to calm down for a moment. I'm trying to figure out what my strings are with the additional. Can I... Nope. I can't string into that. Can't string into that either. Stop. Nope. Yeah, that is a... Okay, yeah, that's just a standalone on its own. There's no string to it. So we're pretty much... that doesn't... Oh yeah, there's no follow-up to that yet. Whoa, that... you are wide, my friend. Whoa, what the... What is that? Can I juggle you? No. Oh, it has a double tap. Okay, interesting. Nope. Okay, the deadly attack, right? I'm just gonna stay away from that for a moment. Okay, that's... Oh, that's so weird. The string just ends there after the hold on the X. You're locked in.
Phew. Same old Kiryu-san.
The Majima family hasn't changed much either. Think you earned your keep.
Oh, one more thing. Remember when I said the boss could be sentimental sometimes? Please don't tell him I said that. If he found out, I'd be in a world of hurt.
Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. Take care of yourself, Nishita. Good luck.
Thanks. You too, Kiryu-san.
He's a token character. Legacy.
Thanks, Majima-san. You always make me feel welcome.
I don't imagine I'm gonna get a welcoming party here as well, do I? Millennium Tower? No welcoming party, yeah? Okay. And help. MSQ. We're basically listening to the MSQ, not doing like too many extra activities.
Word is, you're bailing on Kamurocho, Kiryu-chan.
Yeah. That's why I came to see you.
Eh? How's that mean?
I need your help.
Mercer.
Someone has to watch Daigo's back. Because I won't be there to do it.
What are you getting at here, Kiryu-chan?
It's high
I think you heard
noon.
me back
Just
there.
kidding.
Let me get this straight. You're asking me to go back to the Tojo clan?
That's right.
A little late for that, don't you think? Even if I did go back, the Tojo's just not the barrel of monkeys it used to be.
Look, Daigo's stepping up to take over. But it won't be easy. He doesn't have a family of his own. So the other patriarchs will think they can push him around. They could make his life a living hell.
So what you're saying is, you want me and my boys behind Daigo to make sure none of the other kids bully him too bad?
That's right. If we want to unite the Tojo clan, we need you and the Majima family. There's no way this works without you standing up to have Daigo's back.
Hard pass.
Majima-san.
Come on, Kiryu-chan. Living life caged up like a damn shelter dog ain't my scene and you know it. But that's exactly what I'm doing. Now that I got the Majima family to take care of, I can't go wilding out like I used to. Now you come here asking me to play babysitter for your little protege on top of that? Give me a break. Sorry, Kiryu-chan. Ain't happening.
I knew you'd say that.
And what of it?
Fisticuffs.
Look, Majima-san.
Let's go.
You want to let loose, right?
Right?
But you can't. You're trapped.
Right.
Well, I'm not asking you to stay cooped up. I'm asking you to break free.
Huh? And how in the hell am I supposed to do that?
When people come after Daigo, I want you to bust their heads, like only you can. I'm asking you to go wild like you've never gone before.
I'm listening.
The 6th chairman needs an enforcer. Someone to watch out for him and keep everyone in line. Perfect opportunity for someone who's been itching for a fight, don't you think?
Kiryu-chan, you asking me to take out the Tojo clan's trash?
That's right. Show everyone in Kamurocho what you and the Majima family can really do. I know better than to ask you to babysit. The more ass you kick, the better off the Tojo clan will be. So come do what you do best.
Wonder if he gets more than before. Majima gets sidelined in this game. There it goes. The magical D-rope.
You know how I operate, don't you? With me, it's hit hard or hit the bricks. And ain't nobody telling me what to do if they can't bring the heat.
I know.
Here comes it.
So if you want me back with the Tojo clan so bad, you know what you gotta do.
Knew it'd go like this.
Then, what do you say we get rolling, Kiryu-chan?
Magical D rope. Alright.
Feels like ages since me and you threw down, don't it? Careful now. I ain't pulling punches.
Good.
Then bring it!
I expect to get my face locked in a little bit. Nice. Oh, he's not using his dagger. Interesting. That is new. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that is so short. That is so short. What is that range? I doubt this keeps me from dying. Yeah. Okay. I don't remember what my heat is into the... What's my heat into? I already had like 10% HP, but... This is neat. They gave him a new animation on the... At least I think it was new. Hang on, I don't actually know... What was this? What's the follow-up? Oh, it's on the initiation. Oh. I didn't realize I could hold his leg like that. Okay. Good talk. Good talk, Majima.
That's my Kiryu-chan. Strong as a fucking ox.
Typical. Typical Majima. And then they get a smoke break afterwards, you know?
Well, shit. Guess this is really it, huh?
Romance.
Yeah.
It's gonna be real lonesome without you, Kiryu-chan.
Daigo needs help. I'm counting on you.
Yeah. There's just one thing bugging me about it.
Yeah, what?
If your boy starts going down the wrong track, I ain't so sure I'll be able to push him off it.
What do you mean by that?
Daigo. I mean the 6th chairman. He can be real trusting, just like you.
Go fault.
Hope he doesn't let anyone pull the wool over his eyes.
Don't worry. Daigo's young, but he's not a fool.
That's fair. Largely he kept up.
I should get going.
Young Daigo.
The Tojo clan needs you. Good luck.
I hope he gets more scenes, like Majima. Majima gets sidelined quite a lot after the first 3.
The hell I'd get myself into this time. What can you do? Goro Majima. Running shit big time! Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Had to go make a promise to Kiryu-chan. What can you damn do?
I like the little like the part because it's kind of part of Majima's Japanese voice actor when he does the little like the little sliding, the little kind of slightly the thing here and there. It's kind of part of the element of his eccentricity. So whenever he says like Kiryu-chan, the situation. Oh, Kazawagi. Oh yeah, that's right. Kazawagi's still here. Oh, I wonder if they're gonna include that Kazawagi stuff. Kashiwagi. Kashiwagi is one of his older mentors. And in this game, sorry for spoiling a 15-year-old plotline, but he does kind of get unceremoniously
Which one? What's your number?
implicated here.
Got it.
Imagine if that's how you make friends. Wait, let me
Alright.
probe you. Boop.
Very connected.
Can you not, please? Oh yeah, there's no follow-up to the 1-2 hold. That whiff though. I kind of want something after that. X hold X. Wait. Is it pointing here? What are we talking about here? Oh, you know, I wonder if the florist is here. There he is.
Ah, Kiryu. Thanks for coming by.
Of
I
course.
think that's the same
Let's go
bartender
time.
voice actor.
I wanted to drop in and say goodbye anyway. I'm glad I caught you before I left, Kashiwagi-san. So, on the phone, you mentioned you needed my help with something.
I did. And truth be told, I'd rather not ask a newly minted civilian.
Yeah, I think that's his voice.
But there's no one else I can turn to with this.
Different tone though.
There's a new gang that goes by the Reapers. I need your help getting them off the streets.
The Reapers? Sound
Okay,
friendly.
so they're
Who are they?
returning the bounty,
Former members of the Tojo clan who didn't take their expulsion well.
possibly.
As you know, the Yakuza may not be above board, but that doesn't mean anything goes. There are rules, and breaking them means consequences, without
think-
exception. It's because we're Yakuza that we need a creed. Without one, we have no structure.
I agree. The rules are there for a reason.
And yet, some join up believing we're a lawless group that allows our men to do as they please. and they're furious when they can't. Of course, we end up kicking out the most egregious offenders, the ones who refuse to be reined in. As a result, some of them have developed a healthy grudge against the Tojo clan, and they're out for revenge.
Sounds like bad news.
Very much so. They've not only taken to attacking our men, but they've even terrorized civilians using the Tojo clan's name. One has to assume it's all part of a vendetta against the group they feel so wronged by. That's why we've taken to calling them the Reapers. As you said, a friendly bunch.
A pack of disgraced Yakuza with axes to grind.
Pretty sure this is
No
new.
way the Tojo clan ignores something like that. Not while you're at the helm. I know you. You'd never let them roam free.
I don't remember this.
Of course not. We've been taking down the ones we can find as we find them. Which means there are a couple that we still haven't been able to track down. These holdouts have dug in places we don't have much visibility on, and they make life hell for the people there.
And what's considered one of your blind spots?
For starters, Okinawa.
Ah, now I see.
That's not the only place, but rumor has it most of the Reapers fled south. Seems they're not immune to the sun and the sand. The issue is the Tojo clan has little intel on Okinawa. The distance only makes it harder to get involved. And I'll admit, I was at a loss. Until I heard about your move, Kiryu-san.
You said it before, Kashiwagi-san. I'm a civilian.
I know, and I'm sorry. But I have nowhere else to turn here. I'm not asking a favor. You would be well compensated. And these people are dangerous. They're no ordinary thugs. Several used to be hitmen. If we don't act now and do something about them, then it's only a matter of time before the locals are in serious trouble. Put aside the honor of the Tojo clan for a second. The last thing we want is regular people becoming collateral damage.
Can't argue with that. All right. I find a Reaper, I take him off the street. That it?
That's the job. Here's a list of them. Should contain their usual haunts as well. And don't worry, I'll keep you posted. You'll hear from us if we get any new intel. They're not just in Okinawa either. You'll find some of the Reapers hiding around Kamurocho as well. If you run into one here, you'd be doing us all a favor if you took care of them.
Got any more favors up your sleeve, Kashiwagi-san? You do realize I have an orphanage to run, right?
I know. It's a lot. But I appreciate your help. Be careful out there, Kiryu. There's more on my plate than I can handle right now, too. We'll both just have to make the best of it.
We will. Tell the 6th chairman. Tell Daigo. I said good luck. Kashiwagi-san, take care.
You too.
He does appear again, one other time. Yeah, so this must be the way they integrate, yep, the bounties. Bounty guys, a quick track. That's new and old at the same time. It's an integration of something. Yep. And return of some classics. To get some quick cash. Actually, let's go and see how... Yo! Hey! Wait, what time is it? 6:40 a.m. Dang, man. Can I... Oh, I need... Wait. Do I get points? Like... Oh, this is where you get the point, guys, right? Hey, my friends, can I talk to you? Wait, are you not the dude? Oh, it's actually down there. Is this where I get the points? The people points? No. Or my, let's just see how okay you are. Can I get people points from you? Oh, that armor. Oh, okay. Auto dodging. All right, cool. Okay. I don't give people points. Just money. I was hoping to like unlock. How many bounties are there? Let's check out the bounties. I like bounty. We gotta get our sea legs back. There's only 2, so it might be locked to chapter progression. Wait, I got a probe.
What's your number?
Beep.
Got it.
This is kind of cute.
All right.
Which is probing.
We're connected.
I want to be. Congrats on finding. Got a little something for you to come by in a sec. Okay, how about we just we're right here, yo. What happened? Give me. Okay. What could you get from these love boxes? Oh.
Thanks.
Huh? It's okay.
All right. What's your number? We're connected.
So what if I beam them again? Oh, they have to refresh first. Okay, I see. Just like the waving mechanic. Hey, how's it going? Wait.
Which one? Can I get your
I'm trying to become a social media. Gotta get those lights. Tsuyama? Tsuyama blackmail. Okay. Alright, buddy. Listen. Gotta get those likes, man. We're living the current. Oh, okay. We're living the 2025 life, but in 2009. How? Whoa, that string is so long. I was gonna try to tap him in it, but he just kept going. Thank goodness his punches were wide. When I got clobbered. So we're basically gonna build glass cannon until I get one-shotted by a boss. That's basically how we play the MSQ thing. New Reapers? Oh, when you clear the previous Reapers. Do you have Instagram or any of that, manga? No. No, I don't have Instagram. Just Twitch and YouTube. I want to do a couple more of these. This guy's so far out of the way, though. Wait. Beep, beep.
Can I get your number?
Although this is fun, you know, making virtual. Wait, beep, boop, beep, boop. Does that interrupt them? Oh, it does. Nice. Okay. It's fine.
Which one?
Busy making friends here. You're out of your age where it's expected of you. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, oh no, wait, I thought the guy was...
What's your number? We're connected.
This is as close to social media as I'll ever get. We've already done this like a billion times over because of like...
What's your number?
The other Like a Dragon games.
Which? Can I get your number?
5 billion times over mine twice before. Alright, what do you do? What are those pants, my friend? Demolition guy. I'll probably try you too, shorts. How wide are your swings? Oh, they're so wide! Oh my goodness, they are so wide. We can't sidestep that. We just lost like... Oh! Yeah, when they spin like that. Oh, you. That has such a active frames, dude. It has a larger reach than I think. Feels bad, man. It's fine. You can just repeat with 0 health. Not safe. Not safe. Dude. Kiryu's reach is really short. Like, each time I thought it would connect, it doesn't connect. Yeah, Kiryu's reach is pretty short on the X. Oh my goodness. Do I have a favorite character so far? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about this stuff? Well, Casca is a JRPG, so Casca's like Legacy has like twice the number of characters. Alright, we do have to go and eat something. My favorite character, probably Akiyama in the Kiryu saga, without a doubt. We don't know we'll ever see him in the next game or not. But he does exist in Yakuza 4 and 5. Alright. Let's go and chow down. Yep. Yep. Okay.
Time to dig in. This is good.
That's how you recover, man.
That was delicious.
Okay, now let's try not to... Now let's try not to get, like, full stringed by the guy right in the beginning and lose 70% of our HP. Oh, come on. Oh, you can't recover from that very quickly. Oh.
What a pain.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, surprisingly long reach, dude. Oh my gosh, it's... That hits from behind? Come on, dude. He's going to use his deadly attack soon. We're not getting near that. You play the patient games, those hyper armored dudes. They're all armored. All of them, it's a new structure that they have. Well, as long as their aura is up, they are completely armored. So you have to knock out their aura. So they are all armored. They all have hyper armor when they're glowing. Apparently that's what they're going with. Only the regular guys don't have, like... So you have to bop them enough to get rid of their armor. They can still take critical from the back. But nearly all of their skills, so far, at least all the ones from the Mina campaign, pretty much all of them are armored. Seems like that's the way they're going about this. Which is okay because, I mean, unless you're playing glass cannon, pretty much like your EX is like not very helpful because you'll run into getting like bopped if you challenge them as a glass cannon. They just play.
All right. What's your number?
Play conservative. Oh. Wait.
What's your number?
Sorry, my friend. That's awkward. Oh, hello there. You seem nice. Just another disgruntled guy. With a bat. That's not what I meant to do, but that worked out, I guess. Oh my goodness. Whoa, reach. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Oh, so we do have a default dragon finisher off of his EX. His Kiwami. Yeah, like I took 40% of my HP because of the EX. Eeh. If I MSQ like 2 or 3 more chapters, he'll probably just get bopped in 1 or 2 hits. We're gonna eat now. And they come in? They can't, right? Aha! Get code interrupted. Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no! Oh. I was just kidding. No comment. I thought they can't get into they can't initiate combat inside a resting like a place, but I guess you can. All right, we're gonna grab the burgers. Oh, yeah, that's good. Maybe toss in a shake, you know, make it a meal.
Time to dig in. Not bad.
So delicious. Look at that.
That was delicious.
They couldn't do. I mocked them. Well, you gotta test the boundaries, you know? You gotta test the boundaries. Okay, we'll do this one last guy, and then we're gonna go and... Actually, we're heading there anyways. Let's go. That's enough. I think I've got my sea legs. For now. Something is locking his abilities. So. Ah! Oh, that's actually... Oh, that doesn't airborne either. I don't think he has any default airborne. Alright. What now? Alright, so what subsystem they're introducing? Parting gift? A dragon reversal? Reversey? The classic strategy game? Wait. We have a new mini game? What, the legendary dragon disc, the most powerful piece of all. Try playing the legendary disc when you get a chance. I can always make another. A legend dragon reversey. Might be fun to play with the kids. What? A new mini game? I got to like Mine a lot though watching. Oh yeah, Mine is great. Mine is Akiyama. Akiyama is like in Yakuza 4. Akiyama is like the more. He's like the Han Solo of Mine. So if you remove the jadedness, the cynicism of Mine, Akiyama is that character. So they're very similar in that way. It's like if you have two brothers, right? And they both got, I don't know, traumatized, right? Mine got traumatized in the beginning, and then Akiyama to some extent, and they both took separate paths. But they're like business sense is kind of very similar, but Akiyama is like a charm guy. He's like a heartthrob stud kind of dude, like very sly situation. So he's more of a sly fox in a different way. And he appears in Yakuza 4, 5, 6, 8, and that's about it. You like Mine just like being nonchalant? Yeah, because he's like a little bit socially withdrawn. Ow. Stoicism for the max, right? That's pretty useful. Just a quick step into a loaded X into a execution on the heat. That's pretty good flow. Alright, let's head out. Off we go. What time is it? Okay. Time to say goodbye. There it is. Did you visit this district in Tokyo drama?
Uncle Kaz, look!
Kibukicho? Kabukicho. Oh, they saved it for this. Interesting.
Majima-san. That sandy beach sounds better every minute.
They changed it up. That was chapter 1. You weren't in Shinjuku this time? I see. The last time you were. I see. Last time. Yeah. I understand. I wouldn't mind like hitting Okinawa. Oh, Okinawa sounds amazing. Now he's learning how to be a pops. Not one kid, not 2. 7. No, 9. Sorry, 9 including Haruka.
I'm trying to focus here.
I think
Don't
it's 9.
interrupt me.
How many times do I have to tell you?
9
You
to be
can't bother
soon.
him while he's cooking.
I think it's A plus 1.
Come on, everybody's playing outside till dinner's ready, remember?
Taichi's goated. He also wants to become a firefighter in the current mythos. As of circa 2025, he's a firefighter.
Starving.
Oh no, wait. I think he ended up becoming an office worker though in
Slow
2025.
down. You know we don't eat until everyone's at the table. Okay.
Oh, curry!
I'm starving. I want to eat.
Yeah, 8 kids.
I think that's everyone. Wait, hang on. Where's Izumi? Huh? Izumi-chan's not back yet?
9. You just got your last term assignment marks back, 72. Pretty crap, but you believe you can improve. Your main focus is spending more than 2 weeks on the assignment. Even though the marks aren't ideal, it's never too late to improve. Solid for one of the assignments. Can you see Godzilla in this game?
Shiro, weren't you two supposed to walk home from school
Can
together?
I?
We did. She was with me the whole way.
I'm not sure.
So you don't know where she is right now, Shiro?
Nope. Where could she be?
She's probably fine. Let's just see without her.
Should be 9 kids plus 1.
It'll be okay.
Izumi.
Uncle Kaz, what do we do?
Go find her. You and me. The rest of you, go ahead and eat without us.
Dude, look at that curry though. Oh. Oh, that food. Oh, the Godzilla. Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question in Kabukicho. I don't know. I didn't even consider that. And not that I remember. Not that I remember. They have to take certain liberties. So, in the series, they have a list of all their sponsors. So, like, for example, they list all the vendors. And it depends on which vendors are represented. Otherwise, they replace it. They replace it with like a substitute or an allusion to it. So I don't recall. Unless you're talking about in the theater district or like the theater square, there was something that I'm not sure about this game. All right, we got to go find Izumi. All right. Where's the kid? Where's the rascal? Look at this, my friend. Oh, yeah, kid things. I remember this. Izumi is having trouble. Kid troubles. You know? You guys will know. He's a father to 9 now, you know?
What are you doing out here, Izumi? Let's go home. Dinner's waiting on the table.
I'm not hungry.
What's wrong? Are you feeling okay?
Obviously.
Did something happen at school? With your friends? So something did happen. Well, if you feel up to talking about it, I'm here for you.
Uncle Kaz,
Yeah?
is not having parents actually a bad thing?
Huh?
At school today, the other kids in my class were making fun of me, 'cause I don't have any.
How did that come up?
There's gonna be a bring your parents to school day, and they wanted to know what I'm doing.
What exactly did they say?
They said my mom and my dad can't come 'cause they're dead. So I have nobody to bring with me to school. All of my classmates know that I live with you at Morning Glory. And they also know you're not my real dad, Uncle Kaz. So I'm not gonna ask you to come to school with me or anything, but,
But go on, Izumi. I'm listening.
It makes me mad. Some kids have parents who are too busy to come, but nobody makes fun of them. Why is it just me? So what if I don't have a real family?
You do have a family. One that cares about you very much.
I do?
You have morning glory.
What's that mean?
Izumi. Families come in all shapes and sizes. Not all of them may have a real mom or dad either, just like yours.
Huh?
You're not alone. You have me, Haruka, and everyone at Morning Glory. We're all family. And you mean the world to us, Izumi. Remember that.
I still don't get it. None of us are related.
No, we're not. But there's more to family than blood ties, you know? What makes all of us family is the love we share. And that's what really matters. Maybe your classmates don't get that just yet. So we don't know for sure if they were making fun of you.
Really?
Well, look at it this way. For most of them, their parents are always right within reach whenever they need them. I'm sure they probably have no idea how lonely life would be if their parents were just gone one day.
So, you don't think they were actually bullying me, Uncle Kaz?
I doubt it. If anything, I'd say they were worried you'd feel left out on Bring Your Parents to School Day. No one wants their friend to be lonely.
Very auspicious spin.
I lost my parents when I was young, like you. So I know how hard it can be sometimes.
In case you want to know, he lost his parents involved in a manner that involves the father figure that he had, who he also lost.
Even so, I'll always consider the man who brought me up as my dad.
That dad.
He stepped in when I needed someone. And my best friend, the boy who grew up with me, I saw him as my brother.
He is also not alive because of his life before this. The only thing you remember from Yakuza 0 is getting robbed. Yeah, so almost all the people that he mentioned so far in Kiryu's life, they are no longer alive.
My whole life, I never had any doubt they were my real family. So you see, you have me and everyone at Morning Glory. We're all there for you, through thick and thin.
This is supposed to, in my opinion, run the parallel. The reason why it's kind of reasonable that Kiryu has this perspective on family of different shapes and sizes is because of like the romanticizing of Yakuza. So like because of the brotherhood that they have, you can have family that is not bound by blood per se, but bound by blood. You know, like a different type of blood. And it goes in and runs parallel with like having children that are not tied by blood. And also for the record, there are 9 kids. I plugged this before and I'll plug it again. The next game in the series, in the canonical series, is Like a Dragon 9. And they brought back the kids a couple times, like they teased a couple times with Kiryu and stuff. I'm just saying, there are 9 kids. It could just feature all 9 kids. In the present day of 2026, all the kids are of age. So every single kid has turned of age. I think the oldest one is like 21 now. And then all the youngest one might be 18. So all of them like left the orphanage, just to give you like a future preface. And you know this. Like they've already updated and teased like 3 or 4 of the kids. They are all grown up. They're all adults. Pretty much just around the same age that you first played Kiryu in Yakuza 0. So it's been like 60 years.
Your family's just as real as any other kids.
What a Majima goat.
There's no reason to be jealous.
Nuh-uh, I'm not jealous. But sometimes they say things.
And when they do, don't let them get to you. Look them in the eye and tell them this. I'm not alone. I have 9 people in my family.
I do?
Me, Haruka, and the other kids. That makes 9 of us total.
Soon to be 10
We're all
total.
one big family. Don't you think so?
All of us. A family.
I don't remember what she ended up doing.
Okay. I'll try. I promise.
Good. I know that I can never replace your dad. But since the moment you walked in, you've been like a daughter to me.
Uncle Kaz. Izumi-chan, everyone's waiting for you. Let's go home, okay? There. No more tears.
Now come on, it's curry tonight. How about we go eat while it's still warm?
Yeah, I can't even imagine preparing like food as a solo solo host, like a person responsible for 8/9, like crazy, day in and day out.
You didn't eat?
We couldn't, not till Izumi was here.
Yeah, and now I'm starving. So hurry up and sit down.
Izumi-chan, come sit next to me. Come on, hurry. Okay.
Have you seen how accurate the face scans are for where winds meet? I have.
We can't start till you guys sit.
Sorry. All right. Everyone ready?
Let's eat.
Oh, yes.
Isn't it yummy?
Yeah, face scans are a thing. Like, RGG has done face scans for as far and long as I remember. Outside of like for example, not the kid stuff, but the majority of the characters that have like voice acting, they were done in combination of that. Obviously, where winds meet is another generational difference. Except for Kiryu. Kiryu's voice actor, they kind of took some liberties. Like
Uncle Kaz.
RGG has a long-standing. This is where that controversy came up, like the thing that me and Jack was talking about earlier. All the voice actors are the likeness of the Japanese voice actor, and then there's a controversial figure in this game that was cast due to, well, his face being served as one of the characters, and then he's the voice of one.
They haven't stopped. We got another eviction notice. I guess we might really have to leave after all. Those guys have been coming around a lot more often, too. They're starting to make the other kids nervous.
We're technically in the past right now. The game started like a couple moments in. So like now this is flashbacking. So they haven't been introduced yet. The game kind of started at a kind of like a climax point, like a conflict point.
Uncle Kaz, we don't have to leave our home, do we?
I don't care what these letters say. Nobody's kicking us out of here. Not if I can help it.
Maybe we get to the end of chapter 2.
This is getting out of hand. These guys have got to stop. I can't have them sending us these eviction notices every day. And the kids are starting to get scared. Why wouldn't they with those Ryudo boys posting up here intimidating everyone? Maybe it's time I swing by their headquarters. Introduce myself properly.
Yeah, Riki looks...
Don't worry.
different.
I'm not going to pick a fight with them.
Oh, Riki look like
Just
more...
be careful.
I will.
friendlier.
Be back later tonight.
Back then. In the Yakuza 3. We're gonna solve things the old-fashioned way. This is the first time seeing Ryukyu in Okinawa. There's the pan now. Okay, we see the downtown part is good. This is where, see, this is where Mac is supposed to show up. The person that we were talking about, which was the token black guy in the original, where he like comes by at some point, but I don't. So we're gonna see what the replacement is. So Mia, training today. Huh? Backside. Ryukyu Kobojutsu training today. Yeah, so this is how they're replacing the techniques thing. Mac, so in the original game, Mac is a Taurus, and he asks you to take pictures for like weird things that happen around the area, and there's these like crazy stunts, and then it teaches you how to implement those crazy stunts. They're really wild segments, and then they get incorporated into techniques. So instead now, downtown Ryukyu, you might find decorations not sold at our Kamurocho. Okay. So now there's a replacement for their system. So this is probably where we unlock the style points. Oh, wait. I don't think this was here. Or like, I don't think you could enter this before. Wait, hold up. Okay, so yeah, this side is smaller. Yep. But okay, yeah, those are inaccessible. Okay. No. This was still available. I was just at the wrong. Okay. Interesting. At least I think this building might have not been accessible, but the building was here. Okay. Oh, we have locker keys. Good old locker keys. Coin locker keys.
Ah, there he is. Sure kept me waiting, Kiryu-san.
Sorry. Forgot to swing by.
Even though you were the one that wanted me to teach you Ryukyu Kobujutsu half a year ago.
But this is entirely new.
I doubt your sincerity, you know?
Where you get the style.
But well, a lot's happened recently.
Oh, there's always something going on with you. If you can't pencil me in, why don't we take a rain check?
No, let's get started. You already prepared for a lesson?
All right. We'll just have a little refresher today. You should know the basics by now. Gotta keep you on your toes and check if you remember what I taught you, yeah?
Got it. Ready when you are, Master.
Ready? All right. Show me what you got.
Come at me.
Oh yeah, this is his weapon utility. No nonsense, pass down through, okay. With weapons, okay. Weak attacks is hitting. Will apply bleed, X, Y, Y, okay. Twice knockdown. Oh, there's a knock-up on with the scythe, okay. Anfa? Oh, yeah, oh, an attack the, oh, okay. I even have a guard break. Oh, I can't knock everything up. Okay. A stun with the Tonfa? Okay. And then enemy guard breaking. Okay. Guard. When guarding, used to perform a guard attack? Interesting. Alright. Oh. Intriguing. Am I... I can't hit... Okay. 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 New fighting style. Normal, average day.
That's enough exercise. Why don't we call it? After all, you're a busy man.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm parched. Got some time to rehydrate at my bar?
Downstairs?
Depends. Are you gonna treat me?
Of course. To a glass of my finest tap water.
Hmm.
Full marks for customer service.
It's tap water. Alright, work up a stretch. Feel free to... Okay.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, this is our resting place, our HQ. Okay. Oh, wait. I do have...
Time for a change.
I do have a DLC, so...
Time for a change.
What are the DLCs?
How's this for style?
We're not going... Wait, is there... Can I... Okay. Hold up. Oh boy. No, we're okay. No, we're okay. Huh. Oh man, there's a lot. Okay. And then this should be like the no, we'll just chill with a hat, right? Yeah, we'll just chill with a hat. The hat is fine. Oh, and then here's some DLC stuff. Pretty much all the... Yep. All the characters of the existing cast. So these are all the members, like some of the major members. So this is Kiryu's current one, circa 2025. This is Kiryu from Yakuza 0. This is Daigo. This is Daigo when he was even younger. This is Chairman Daigo, and this is teenage Daigo. This is Saijima's outfit, Majima. This is Yakuza 0's Majima 1. This is Majima's Hawaiian one. This is Akiyama. I forgot his name. Omi Alliance. Dang it, I don't remember his name. This is Goda. Man, and then these are all the casts from Casca's era. So we're just gonna wear this. A hat is fine. A strap. All right, we're fine. We just need the hat. That's all that's necessary. He needs a hat. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, putting outfits together. First aid. Okay. Are they really drinking tap water?
You know, it hasn't been all that long since you started training in Ryukyu Kobujutsu.
Dude, his voice,
But
though.
you've managed to put your own twist to it, haven't you, Kiryu-chan? Impressive.
It's so deep.
It's all thanks to my instructor.
Hoo-hoo, got that right. Nobody on this island holds a candle to me when it comes to teaching Kobujutsu.
Well, I don't know if there was any other option than you. No disrespect, of course.
Oh, ouch! My heart. Though, to be honest, I'm not sure if anyone even wants to learn the art lately. Oh, we instructors are a dying breed, unfortunately. If you don't mind my asking, why are you interested in Kobujutsu, Kiryu-chan? You're already plenty strong. There's no need to learn from me.
I don't have any real reason. Just that my days have been so peaceful lately. I'm starting to feel like I'm getting out of shape. I had to try and stay fit somehow. Then one day, I saw you driving away some drunkards with all kinds of traditional Okinawan weapons, single-handedly.
And you thought, this is it?
Yep, something like that.
You're one weird guy, Kiryu-chan. But I gotta say, you pick things up quick. Think I'm running out of tricks to teach you. Doubt we can keep this up for much longer.
I wouldn't say that. Aren't there any more Okinawan weapons left for me to pick up? Besides, I know I'm nowhere close to mastering everything you've taught me so far. Which means we're not through yet. Right, Master?
Hey, right. Anyway, you should get going soon. Didn't you have somewhere to be?
Yeah, about that. I'm on the lookout for some boys from the Ryudo family. They were driving a light blue pickup truck. Have you seen them around?
A light blue pickup truck, huh? Come to think of it, I saw one earlier when I went to the convenience store on Ryukyu Street. Not sure if it's the same truck you're looking for, though.
That's still a lead to go off of. Thanks. All right, I'll head over to that convenience store now.
Let me walk you out.
Who are these guys?
Hey, you folks mind? You can loiter in front of someone else's bar. They're hurting my business here.
Friendly guys.
What, this shabby joint?
Yeah, they're friendly.
Looks pretty empty to me.
Kinda hard to hurt business. You got none in the first place.
Stop right there. Could you not badmouth my favorite bar to my face?
Yeah? Who's asking?
A regular here, and one who's getting pretty annoyed with you. You gonna move out of the way now? I won't ask twice.
What if we don't? You asking for a fight, Grandpa? Fine. I'm game. I was getting bored anyway. About time I blow off some steam. Let's go, old man.
Don't bother with them, Mia-san. I'll clean up my own mess.
All right, I'll take you up on that. It's a good chance to see you put your skills to the test. Show me what you got.
Come at me!
Are they introducing more? Oh, the nunchaku attack. Hold X and then tap X to interesting. Okay. Aku. Oh, we have AoE too. Oh, dang. There's. Oops. Oh, and then Tanfa. Okay, so you can hold to gain access to the IC. Interesting. That's a lot of weapons. Surujin. Oh, okay. So all the hold buttons access a different weapon. Okay. In all directions. Okay. Oh, so he has AoE. Oh, the hold takes a while though. I can't cancel that. Okay. Okay, so you can't string them. I was trying to string the two together. Interesting. Is there any major mechanical differences in combat between this game and the second? What do you mean by mechanical difference? They're all unique. All of them are mechanically unique. That's kind of what they tried to do anyways. So like whatever I just did doesn't exist in any other game. Like it just exists in this game. Now, in terms of mechanical input, like if you're talking about like the actual inputs, no. It's usually a hold mechanic on each of the buttons, each of the face buttons. And then there's a sequence 1 2 2, like you know, like 1 2 2 2, 1 1 2 2, like it has the same layouts. So the input themselves might not change. When it comes to like what they do, they get mixed up all the time. Like they're not ever on top of each other. So they deliberately change up all the things every time. Not using fighting game notations. Yeah, because I'm playing on an Xbox controller, so one like saying X Y Y would not be the same as the PlayStation controller. All that other jazz. It's always like it looks like they decide to add extra layers. So now all the hold for this one, the hold X, Y, and B, like 1 1 or 2 2, like they're all 1 1 1. So hold 1 1 1, hold 1 1 1. So that's interesting. Where did I learn it? I used to play fighting games.
Sorry.
That's how I like describe inputs most of the time. Like that's a DP. There are no like mechanical depth where there's like DPing or like back holding, like there's usually just charge and face buttons. So it's very much like a beat 'em up. It's closer to a beat 'em up, where you're basically have an initiation on hold. There's charge, there's sometimes quick step counting. You only know that Tekken is using 1, 2, 3, 4 for the buttons. That's interesting.
Hey!
Yeah.
Yeah!
I don't play Tekken, so that's interesting. It came from somewhere else. Also, 2D fighters use PKHPHK. Usually they use light, mid, heavy. So they use 6-button layout. So LMH, right? LMH, PK. Let's go see what these guys are like. I wanna get my sea legs here. Specialty Asashike Dojo guy. Yeah, Mortal Kombat. Oh, that is not safe. Oh, that is not safe. Holy. How about... Oh, he just rolls? Okay, so there's no quick stepping in this. Oh my, that is not safe. Okay, so guard attacking is the way here. Okay, so we have interrupts. Oh, you can miss that though. Okay. Ow. Oh, I can. Oh, I can juggle. Okay. It is possible to string off of a bounce from a weapon and in transition. Ah! I'm dead. Okay, his recovery frames are very, very long. But you can ground bound and into us. Yeah, I played Street Fighter. I played all of them. I played the first of all of them. Like the first Mortal Kombat, the first Street Fighter, the first Fatal Fury. That's not safe. He has huge recovery, dude. Like, it's gigantic. Yeah, KOF. Yeah, KOF.
All right. What's your number? Got it.
Virtual Fighter. Virtual Fighter as well. Why don't you just deliver it to me? I need to get some food, so I'll be right. Let's go in. DOA, yeah. DOA. Pig's ear. Neat. I got some liquor too.
Time to dig in.
I did see the DOA 7 teaser. Did you see the Virtual Fighter 6 teaser as well? The people who are animating it is RGG. RGG is doing that part. Let's just go talk to this guy. I need to get my sea legs on this, like, technique. Ishiko. Oh, they can't be bounced when they have aura. Nope, that takes too long of a delay. Maybe I can do like... Maybe I can do a nunchuck into a scythe? Nope. Too long. Oh, so much recovery. That recovery is not safe. Yeah, man, you're so vulnerable when you're Dang it. It's so weird. You don't... Okay, you can still stagger the video. Sadly, Tekken 8 wasn't for you. Oh, I see. You're very hyped for 3D fighters? Did I play Blaze Blue? To some extent. And then Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear. I played a little bit of Skullgirls too. You want to throw a side left, you know, from left field. Can I unlock stuff? Oh, I can. All right. So I'm getting points. Okay, I'm getting these points. All right. Let's see. Yeah, MVC2. Yes. Smash. Okay, so we do have down heat action. It's a heat action though. Blow away your surrounding enemy with... Oh, wait. Now we're going... Wait, are they... Oh, they're in the same line? Oh, that's interesting. They're not separate, They're not separate lines. Wow. Is that just free? Can this trigger other things? Okay, so I can bound others. That's not that great. Oh, okay. So they're in the same tree. Rush duration becomes longer and attack strong. Interesting. So we have extenders. For both extenders. That one's a pretty good extender. 300 points. And it's not on the currency. Okay. I guess we just... Okay. Wait, were we getting... Hold up. Were we getting points from these guys? No. Are we getting points after taking them down? Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm holding the wrong button. Was it... Wait, what button was the guard? Like, the guard break. How do I... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I can still perfect guard. And recover guard, too. Okay, so definitely perfect guarding is the way to go about this. Okay. Were I a SSB player? No. No, I don't do that. I don't do arena stuff. No arena stuff. You said specifically Brawl. I did play Melee though. I didn't play Ultimate either. I don't play Nintendo stuff. I played Melee because someone else owned a GameCube. Someone I was acquainted with owned a GameCube. I don't play platform brawlers. Not too often. Alright, let's go and grab. Too sweaty.
I'm digging. This is good. That was delicious. Which one? Can I get
Make me feel better. Make a friend. Just in case. Alright. So definitely perfect guarding. Perfect guarding is the way for this okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't play fighting games anymore. Nowadays, my most regular, like this is as close as I get to in terms of like input complexity and whatnot. I watch FGC stuff though. You know those reaction times. Those kids these days, right? Kids these days. Alright, it's almost 8 a.m. Let's go watch this. This is Likia's intro. I think we do the Likia battle here. So let's do these still cost money? Alright. That's where the currency is gonna go. Okay. Jay Wong, yeah, Justin Wong, yeah. I'm surprised you didn't bring up like Fudo or Daigo or something. Like Daigo, I already mentioned Daigo. Like I mean, I'm talking about the Daigo in this character, but you could have just mentioned Daigo.
Let's hell out of here.
Hey, tough guys.
It's him! What do you want, old man?
Both of you are from the Ryudo family. Do I have that right?
Huh? So what if we are?
Your family make a habit of threatening civilians? You owe me an explanation for this. We pay our rent on time.
Civilian, huh? Shit, my ass. Damn sure I've never seen a civilian with that kind of ink on his back.
You have now, and you're scaring my kids. I don't want to see your faces again.
Listen here, man.
The hat completes the whole thing, man.
Ain't nobody we hate more than uppity mainlanders like you. So turn around and get the hell out of Okinawa.
And that's why you want us gone?
Beats me. You want the real reason? You're gonna have to talk to the boss. Hey, hold up! Where you think you're going?
The Ryudo office. Maybe your boss won't waste my time.
I don't actually know.
Say what? Aniki, quick!
We will have to find out when we listen to the Japanese version.
We got
If there's a phrase for mainlander in Japan.
We don't gotta warn nobody over this bullshit.
Or that's an interpretation, like
Boss
a
only asks us to
interpretive.
keep an eye on you. But you go thinking you can stroll on into the family office, and we got a problem. How do you think that make me look, huh?
Tell me a better idea.
You wanna go so damn bad? You get through me first!
Oh, yeah? And that's all?
You don't even know who you're messing with, old man! Your dumbass thinks you're gonna make it past the captain?
Captain?
You heard me! My Aniki here? He's the captain of the Ryudo family. The Fighting Viper! Rikiya Shimabukuro! Now run while you still can, asshole!
That's enough.
Excuse me?
Look, you don't need to embarrass yourself here.
Oh no, you ain't talking your way out of this! It's on, chicken shit!
You might be a big shot down here in Okinawa, but your little song and dance was never gonna scare me off. Sorry, kid.
The D-rope.
Hold this.
Oh, he actually held on. Oh, that's a first.
Well?
Nice sink. That a snake?
Wrong, asshole. It's not just any snake. It's a goddamn viper. That's why they call me the Fighting Viper.
Doesn't matter to me what it is.
Well, it oughta. The habu's the symbol of Okinawa. I got the heart and soul of this island right here.
Wow, real hometown proud, aren't you?
Damn right. Now I'm gonna teach you, tourist ass, what a real Okinawan's made of.
It'll be interesting to hear if they have they incorporate an accent.
This one's mine. Right. Got it. Ready to rumble?
Like if I could hear it, if they did or not, because I don't remember Yakuza 3 remasters Japanese, and even then I wouldn't be able to tell. He would also take off his shirt. Yeah, he's trying to be incognito here. Oh, I remember this beginning, dude. Yakuza 3 remastered. Holy heck! Oh, ow, that's really fast. Oh, why are you so? So I have a string breaker in perfect guarding, so that's cool. Yeah, I can string break at any time. He's gonna do a deadly attack. Yeah, perfect guarding is not really undercover threat. That's fair. You're fighting with a weapon kind of off fantasy, not gonna lie. You're yeah, true. What you call it? The perfect guarding is pretty generous. It's like +2. It's like +2 or +3, so it's pretty generous. And you can break the armor string at any time. And the only reason I use the X thing is because the scythe has the fastest recovery. So you can recover, finish a combo, even if they quick step and they retaliate, you have a chance to do a perfect guard on it. So that was pretty neat.
Shit. The hell's he eat to get that strong?
There's no sidestepping. So quick step is only in Dragon and Dojima style. So you don't get rewarded for dodge rolling, which reminds me of it really does remind me of Souls games. Not that I'm saying this is Souls games, but the whole like just rolling away from a infight is funny. Just like rolling around. They like so so I prefer the guard breaking, right? Like we do guard breaking and quick step cancels, and I can't ground anyone. So we can't bound. We can't do bound and then finish the combo on any of the boss characters. It would be kind of cool. I don't know what the extent of you can bound someone and then try to like finish an aerial string, a juggle, right?
Well, I may be mainland and old.
Parry, yeah, you pretty much call it a parry. Yeah, it's pretty much your standard parry. It's a guard break. It's a perfect guard for me because when you hold it down, you're also guarding. Parrying doesn't have a guard. So like the slight difference between a parry and a guard break is that you go into a guard and then you initiate the guard on the frame that you're going to make contact. A parry is when you parry, and if you miss the parry, you get punished at the end. This one's a little safer. A guard break is like not a guard, like a just guard or a perfect guard is a little safer than a parry. So in a way, you could argue that like Sekiro, for example, Sekiro's parry system, you don't get awarded, you don't get a safe. I don't think you do. But yeah, a perfect guard is when you're holding the guard, you're going into the guard, and the guard stance is at the time of the parry. So they combine the two. So now you get a parry, quote unquote, you get a parry at the beginning of a perfect guard. But if you miss the perfect guard and held the guard, you continue to guard. So that's like the just guard, the parry guard, like a perfect guard system, as opposed, which is safer. It's like a more casual friendly one. Parries oftentimes means that if you miss the parry, you don't have a guard after. It doesn't guard. Quick step is closer to the parry, but there's no guarantee of counter. And then oftentimes parry has frames, you gain frames. So this guard, the perfect guard, gives you frames. Gives you like 2 or 3 frames to follow up. In parry, you can be too fast and too slow. Yeah, perfect guard, you can only be too late. Yep, exactly. So the thing that I was describing is a shield and board. Yeah, shield and board is what his standard stance is. It's like combat MMOs. It's more like combat MMOs where you can only be you can only be too late. So when you're guarding is a shield and board technique where you're having sword and shield. Parry systems are typically like you don't have a shield, so when you ever have like single weapons or something, they would create a parry system. So like Sekiro, the character only has a sword, so they only parry. So you can be too late, you can be too fast or too late. Shields are shield and board typically uses a perfect guard or just guard.
But you still felt that, didn't you?
That's like the standard convention, so to speak.
You made a promise, and you're gonna keep it. Take me to your boss.
So this is a lot more laxed. It's casual friendly. Quick step is evading, so just dodging, but there's no parry. You don't gain frames. You simply gain repositioning. But you can counterattack. So this game does have counterattack. So quick step is when you dodge on the frame. There's regular quick step and then perfect quick step. So just framed quick steps give you a counter, or a opportunistic counter flow in. So you'll notice that when I switch like to the other style, it would work on quick step.
I'll show you to the office.
So that's not a parry either. A parry needs to give you frames. So the person that you're parrying will end up staggered for the frame. Quick step in this game doesn't give you any frames. It simply gives you positioning. And if your positioning is good, you can do like a critical attack on the back, which causes them to stagger, but you must follow up with a counter. So you need an input instead of be rewarded by the parry.
Mikio, go tell the boss that we're on our way.
Okay.
Largely like semantics, really,
But don't get the
in the
wrong
long
idea.
run.
New guy.
It does
One
deal with
loss won't
inputs.
shake the spirit of Okinawa. The Viper's gonna strike back twice as hard next time. You got that?
There are just counters, like reversals. So this game does have reversals. Basically, you attack when you're gonna get attacked. So that's the closest thing to parry. So the reversals are the closest things to parries in this game, like a tiger drop or something, where you gain iframes, and if you attack the moment they attack, you get a response. So you immediately counterattack them. So that's a counterattack though, instead of a parry. A parry doesn't usually do damage. It like it locks the person. It frame traps your opponent. So you get a frame trap when you parry. But when you counterattack from like a parry stance, so like a counterattack can be too slow or too fast, but they will punish when it's on time immediately. So you will deal damage to them, but they won't lose frames from it. And that's a counterattack in this game. So there are counterattacks called reversals. There's also different types of reversal, which is the takedown reversal. There's a few of them in here too. They're heat actions. So a reversal is when someone attacks you with a broadcast attack and it enters a sequence, kind of like a grapple, like in DOA, where if you do a guard backwards, right? If someone attacks you mid and you predict that is a mid coming at you, they simply get punished for it. So like there will be an animation, there will be a grapple or a move. That's a reversal. These are all like slight variations of like fighting game terminology. They follow because they're slightly different. Reversals tend to reposition things. Parries push back. Typically when you parry someone, it shoves them back and it locks their frames so they can't act. And then reversals are like there's an animation after that deals with an effect. You could like switch sides or switch positions. And then quick step is an evasion based thing. And then we have the guard, the perfect guard, which does the same thing as parry, but it's safer because you can't be too late.
Yeah, sure. But could we get a move on? Sun's about to set. I'll need to get back.
All these things are kind of fun to talk about.
Fine, this way. Follow me.
So far, I'm not sure if his weapons can string together easily.
The Ryudo family office is on the west side of the passageway up ahead. All right, we going or are you gawking?
Your office is inside Karyushi Arcade. You know, I've been there.
I know, right? The Luffy hat. That's all that I'm doing. You know, the Luffy hat. It completes the attire. You just need the Luffy hat whenever you're on an island. Come on.
Times before myself. But I never saw a building or anything like that on the west side.
Yeah, well, I never thought I'd take a mainlander there either.
For the record, I already knew the Luffy hat's in it because they used it for when Casca was in Hawaii for Infinite Wealth. And usually their assets transfer between games. From one island to another.
Oh, Riki-chan, come say hello.
Oh, they're keeping this in. Oh, that's good.
Says the boy always lounging around looking bored out of his mind. Are you and Nikki-chan doing actual...
Oh, you just realized just now that that's the monkey? Oh, okay. Yeah, there was a reason I swapped it right to red.
Work now? How exciting!
Auntie, please.
Not in front of the guest.
A guest, eh?
In Casca in the Infinite Wealth, Casca traditionally wears a red shirt, like a red Hawaiian shirt that's like a vest, sort of like a open face vest, and he wears cut jean shorts, which it's available in this game, and he wears flip flops. So like, and then you put that hat on, and it's basically Luffy, right?
Oh my, and what a fine-looking guest he is. If only
That's
I were 20 years younger, I'd be all over him.
okay.
Whoa there, Auntie, please! Not in front of me. Really do have to jet. Catch you later?
Oh, just 1 second, Riki-chan. I just got some nice bitter melon in, so I'll whip up some Goya Champloo and bring it round later.
For the record, Kiryu is over 40 years old.
Man, I hate bitter
Despite how old, that would suggest that the auntie is like 60 years old.
You and Miki-chan better be lending a proper hand to your boss now.
What's with that look, man? Come on, let's move.
Rikia, perfect timing. We've got some trouble over here.
What's the rush? Something up?
Some of those Tamashiro guys came barging into the market.
Okay, so they kept the Tamishiro.
On our turf?
I wonder if that, what's his name? Mr.
Making a big stink and telling us to pay their protection fee.
Oh, is that the recast?
The Ryudo family have done right by us
Oh.
for years. We told them we'd never turn our backs on you. Those hot-headed fools wouldn't hear a word of it. If those idiots go on a rampage, they're gonna trash our market.
There's a controversial recast, and I don't know which character it is yet.
Okay. Don't worry. I'll head over now.
It could be
You
Tamashiro.
hang tight.
Tamashiro
gotta
might
take
be
care of
the
this.
recast.
Hold on. I'll tag along. No sense in waiting around here if there's something I can do to help.
Outside of Rikia. This is the Rikia.
Fine, just keep up.
Rikia was recast. It looks like so Rikia was like, he looks very he looked very young. He's like a upstart. So it was a lot, he looked a lot friendlier. He looked kind of like a goober. And now he looks like your fairly standard slick back hair. And that kind of, it's a divisive change because people like the Okinawan friendly looking like thing despite the Yakuza background. Speaking of Okinawa, the story you're currently reading on Satori Reader plays in Okinawa partially. Oh, you have to tell me Okinawa related things. What is going on here? Oh, it's the fish market? Wait, are we entering the fish market? Oh yeah, the fish market's here. Okay. Oh. Yep, that's pretty classic.
What the hell? Damn. Hey! You alright? Are you hurt? What happened here?
Rikia-chan.
It was those Tamashiro bastards, huh?
Yes, they just pointed a gun at us and...
A gun?
Seriously?
Contraband.
They took my husband hostage. Said they were taking their dues.
Your husband? The guy who runs the shopping district? How many of
Sun's up.
Tamashiro's men were there?
Probably about 10 of them? Maybe more.
10? This is worse than I thought. I need to let the boss know and round up some of our boys.
But who knows if my husband is even safe right
I
now?
really love the patriarch in this game. Kiwami 3's game.
Can't be in two places at once.
Don't worry. It'll be alright. Where'd they take your husband?
Huh?
Over there, on the second floor. You can head up the stairs in the back.
Got it.
Cool.
Hey, you're not thinking about going in alone, are you?
That a problem?
No, but why would you?
Because some Yakuza think they can push innocent civilians around, and that doesn't fly with me. I've seen enough of it for a lifetime.
None of this would have happened if you had just shut up and listened to us in the first place. To hell with the Ryudo family. We can send them packing anytime, anywhere.
I wonder if he also has it in the back of the head that it's for the best be friends shipping them.
So you're the Tamashiro family.
Huh? And who are you supposed to be? Don't recognize you. You in
Be
the
friend
same
shipping
line of
him,
work?
yeah.
I'd rather not be lumped together with you.
Oh, they added arcade things. So they changed the top side. There's some arcade cabinets there, and then a UFO catcher over here. So they filled in all the mini games up here.
Leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
That was not up there in the OG.
What's with the pot shots, jackass?
Oh, contraband.
You ain't from around here, are you?
I refer to the pew pews as contraband.
Seems
So
you got a lot to learn.
in case
About how things work in Okinawa.
it's intentional. I refer to contraband. Like doing this favor and then they leave his family alone. Yeah, true. True.
Where'd you come from?
Not now!
But he has contraband.
Well, looky here. The Ryudo family's favorite little dipshit. The more the merrier. We're gonna school you both.
We had to get rid of the contraband immediately. Yep, there's the range thing. Wait. Oh, there are two contrabands. Wait, where's the other guy? Ow. Oh, there's a quick get. There's a get up. Silly finisher. Oh, I couldn't do a finisher. I was trying to figure out where there's another finisher somewhere. I wanted to do it, but I couldn't get the prompt.
For real?
This is how Luffy's adventures are like, you know?
Are you alright?
I am now. You saved me.
Me? No.
He saved me too. Things got pretty hairy back there. Might not have made it without him.
Nah, man, hang on.
You're
That's
fighting
your
like
force,
Noctis.
problem,
It's
not
true.
yours. You don't have a dog in this fight. So I want to know, why'd you help?
You're right. I don't care about your turf. I just saw something I couldn't look past. That's all.
And you were ready to die over it?
Some things you don't give up on, no matter what.
Some
You
things
got
are
anything
worth
like that?
dying for.
Can you stand?
Believe so. Thank you.
In this case, like Credo. And whatnot.
Thank you so much. For everything.
This lost us a lot of time. Oh well, let's pick up where we left off. Take me to your family's office. What? You got something better to do?
Follow me, please. It's this way.
The hell got into him?
Aniki. That's what he just did. You know? Respect. I wonder if he changed to Keigo in Japanese. I wonder, actually. All of this are gonna be
Okay, let's get going.
gonna
Ryudo
be
office
fun
is this
to
way.
look
Follow
at
me.
in our second playthrough.
Right. Mind if I ask you a question?
Or the
Earlier,
third.
you said that the pit viper is a symbol of Okinawa, didn't you?
Yeah? What about it?
Just curious is all. I still don't know much about the culture here, but that tattoo you've got on your back really is impressive. Why leave the eye blank, though? Does it mean something?
They kept that in.
Well,
unfinished.
my tattoo guy passed away before he could get the final touches in, so...
Oh, I hope they keep
decided to leave
the
it that way.
they keep the extra
Respecting
mission.
his memory, huh? I can understand that. But you never considered asking another artist if they could step in to finish where he left off?
I mean, I have, but I don't know. I don't think I can trust my back to just anyone. Doesn't feel right letting someone else complete it, you know?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Besides, only someone with the heart and soul of Okinawa would really understand. Why the Viper? Haven't found anyone like that since my artist passed, though. Nobody could ever measure up, I guess.
Sure. But a good tattoo artist doesn't just ink the design they're given. They would know how to bring out its soul in a way that reflects your character and personality. It wouldn't matter how much they know about Okinawa and her culture. A true artist wouldn't only do your Viper the justice it deserves. They would also have the skill to make it into a real masterpiece.
It's kind of funny you say the good voice actors in the dub, but like there's an ongoing criticism of the dub in general, but I'm not sure who you're referring to, maybe the other characters, but the main character, Kiryu, since there were like 6 to 7 years of just hearing the one voice, when they cast the guy, yeah, they get it's overhated. Pretty much all across the board. Most of the time, everything about the dub is terrible. Most of the time, it's like very polar, and it's polarly like there's not much in between. Like for myself, I listen to all the dubs. Yeah, I listen to all the dubs. And if you're someone who first hear the dubs, like what I mean is now you're listening to it, that's a different story, right? That's usually where I resonate with other people, but the drama, what drama is referring to, the dub always get overhated. It's because of the long legacy of this game. When they first cited Kiryu, they were like they wanted something to match 1-to-1, and that didn't happen. So a young I forgot his last name, but the person that voiced Kiryu gets hated all the time. It's a low hanging fruit argument. Happens all the time. So that is interesting that you said that, pro call, and I actually really have very few criticisms. In fact, the Chinese is pretty wonderful too, and the Chinese is through a recruiter, so they don't have like I can look at the credits again. The Chinese is really excellent, but they're done through the recruiter, so they might not be consistent. They might not be the same actors for the Chinese side of things. But the English, they're trying to maintain the same cast most of the time, and then for Japanese, it is nearly mandatory because the main character cast is based on those characters, like the likeness and all that stuff. So, over the histories, there are some recasts of particular because the actors or actresses are no longer available per se. But that's very rare. Yeah. So nowadays, what you said, like your response, represents what I truly think is actually the reality. The idea that newcomers, people who see them and then hear all the tracks, they usually find that relatively to their experience is excellent. Like, or like it's good, it's above average compared to like so many other so many other standardized like reading and stuff. And despite that, it doesn't stop a hardcore because Like a Dragon has often been a hardcore. It's still relatively a niche game compared to like your Dark Souls and whatnot. And even Dark Souls is compared niche to your like Fortnite. Like you hear lines from Fortnite and whatnot. So even then, right? It's the relatives that happen. There's incredible amount of hate. Like, I'm not using hate in a lightly word. I'm actually it's an understatement about the hate. Now, I don't want to say it's a vocal majority. I think it's a vocal minority, but still, they resonate the loudest.
You really think so? I'd love to meet one someday.
I play in all three languages for the very reason to understand the relationship between the languages. So whenever someone comes by and it's like, dude, like, doesn't this degrade you? Like, this ruins that. I'm like, I just play all of them. The idea is you can't appreciate voice acting if you blindly choose to avoid things. It's kind of like saying, I understand Japanese without listening to any Japanese. I know what good Japanese sounds like without actually listening and paying attention to Japanese. You also gotta match the subtitle. Not yet, but we can do it. We can do it. I actually prefer to dismatch the subtitle. No joke. We might do like Chinese subs on the Japanese playthrough because I think I'm far more comfortable in reading at the speed of the Chinese ones, but I don't think I have enough speed to read at the Japanese one.
Well, the world's a big place. I'm sure you'll find someone talented enough to complete your Viper.
There is a big silver lining. The pacing when they deliver their lines in Like a Dragon is very generous. They're not like talking in excessive eccentricity and speed and cadence. They're very clear, enunciated lines. So it might still be fine. Like, I haven't really tried. And for the record, it wasn't all of the Yakuza games. Like before, the Yakuza games did not have the option to change the text like in game. Now it does. Now it does that it has those options. So now you can do it in game. Before you had to like preload and change a region and whatnot. So it's fantastic. I think you said, but this game has 3 main languages. Yeah, it has 3 dub languages: English, Japanese, and Chinese, and Putonghua Mandarin Chinese. They have a Mandarin Chinese cast. Doing Japanese subs for Chinese dub so you can understand some stuff. Yeah, I love that this is a thing. And hear me out. This isn't new because other games have done it, but this is RGG's like. A Japanese company doesn't do that very often. Like, there aren't many examples of like Japanese video games. But if you go to like Europe, for example, like CDPR and stuff, their games are like many languages and many like subs at the same time. I think when it comes to Japanese, Chinese, and English, I think RGG and SEGA specifically. RGG is part of SEGA. They just call their different groups in SEGA different names. So RGG is Like a Dragon. Ryuga Gotoku. Gotoku means RGG. It's the group that's dedicated to making this game and as well as Virtual Fighter as well now. But it's still part of SEGA. SEGA has different groups and they happen to go by different names, but they're all SEGA. It was a Japanese game that had double subs, but you don't remember which. And then, of course, you have Tekken, right? Drama, where they decided everyone just has a universal translator. So that means everyone speaks their native language or like the language of the character that their country is from. And then you are making the assumption that all of them just happen to be able to understand each other, which is kind of a neat way. I would love to maybe have that as an option, like for later games. Later games, there are characters of different nationalities. However, I really like the idea of an RPG game taking place in a location that have people like speak. Like I want to hear multicultural people. So to this day, the closest thing you can get to a multicultural person is occasionally there's a gag about like trying to say English phrases in a fobby way because a Japanese person is learning English, or the other way around, like uncomfortable. But I'm looking forward to a potential the day when the casting, the person that they cast, they actually go in and out of different languages. Like I'm far more used to doing that, right? Like, you know, I already ate lunch, right? Like the idea is that why bottle why Tana already ate lunch, right? Something like that, where you would have a person speak and transition between languages, and that is possible, and it is far more regular in a country that has immigrants, where you have heritage speakers. So the characters are heritage speakers, where they would substitute and bounce in and out. And you can kind of hear it when they're inter multicultural couples, right? Like multinational couples, where one of the one of the couple could have in and out conversations in two different languages and then back and forth. So it would be cool to hear that too. I haven't really encountered a video game that does that other than maybe Spanish. I've encountered a couple Spanish games, and they're usually Latina, right? Mexican American kind of situation, where they would say like mi abuelo, mi abuelo got something to eat situation, like um something like that. But I don't think I've seen it in the Asian persuasion, even though it does happen. Like watching a person, this guy that I watch now, he goes back and forth between Japanese and Chinese, and it is like pretty fluid. Um, there's also like dialectic going back and forth dialectically. So I don't know if they're gonna plan to, like, for example, Okinawa has a dialect, and it's gonna be interesting to listen to the Japanese if I can hear Japanese well enough now to hear it. In Yakuza games, like the early Yakuza games, Kansai and Kanto are exclusive to their characters. Like Majima, a couple times, there are times when he deliberately shifts between Kanto and Kansai when he's in a particular situation. So Saijima also has a Kansai accent, like, and the way they represent it in English is they make him sound like a little country bumpkin, like he has like woulda, dulda, woulda, coulda stuff as he's going, and then everyone else is very proper, right? So it's kind of like a contrast between like Kansai and Kanto. So in Japanese, before I learned Japanese, right? Before I started really listening, when I played all the Yakuza games 2 years ago, you can still pick up the dialectic differences between Kansai and Kanto. And Okinawa has a distinct dialect that has words and phrases and whatnot that are like practically unintelligible. So I listened. There was a clip from someone who visited Okinawa, and asked like, "Oh, can you share some of the Okinawan dialect?" And like when they were talking, I'm like, "Whoa!" So it is an opportunity for them to do that, even if they wanted to or not. Really up to them, I suppose.
Sooner or later.
I hope you're right.
We already have the Elon Musk
Cut
chip.
this short. Come on. Can't keep the boss waiting.
The Neuralink Universal Translator. Whenever I say universal translator, I'm making a Star Trek reference, because Star Trek uses the universal translator as the way to um, offload the need to constantly speak in different alien and constructed languages,
Mikia, the boss in?
despite having like Klingon as one of the constructed languages.
Yep. He's just getting ready for our guest here.
Welcome to the Ryudo family office.
Haven't watched Star Trek at all. I made so much Star Trek references. If we ever get a chance to play like a Japanese, we could. There is a chance because Pragmata is coming out soon. If we get to like play a sci-fi Japanese sci-fi game, I would probably make a lot of Star Trek references because Star Trek has like it's covered so many things. Anyways, this is where I'm gonna stop because of you can see that the room is extra bright now because the sun is out. So that was great. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do it play more tomorrow. Later today. Later today, I have to do my 400-day review, and it's also it will go into Chinese New Year. So Chinese New Year is tomorrow or later today for you, like in a not too far. The 17th is Chinese New Year. So what's a way to celebrate Chinese New Year than I guess celebrating 400 days or like reviewing 400 days of Wanigani in traditional Chinese. All right, so let's save this. Yeah, I really need to. It's gonna be like this the whole time. My run through, like my playthroughs of Like a Dragon games are like snail's pace oftentimes because I like to talk about cultural things and then talk about fighting games, and I talk about like game theory and game design and tech quite a lot because that's why I play video games. I know this might sound a little contrary a lot of times, but generally speaking, I don't play video games for enjoyment first. I play video games for education, like for learning and like getting stories and constructive work. And then if it happens to be very enjoyable, that's great. Like being the game being enjoyable, like visceral or like very mechanical, right? Drama being very mechanically satisfying and stuff, that's usually second. And of course, all of these videos are just going to be on cut and be on YouTube anyways. I have every single Yakuza, at least the Kiryu Yakuza, and I'm only shy of one Yakuza game, which is Ishin. Ishin takes place in an alternative past during the, I'm just gonna guess it's in the Edo period. It's either an Edo period or nah, it's probably the Edo period where all these characters are remapped to feudal Japan. Anyways, oh, I really love this. This game was a black sheep as well. The storyline is a black sheep in this game. Like people were, they hop off of the fighting and all that stuff, like the high octane Yakuza drama. It still exists in this game, but I really like the children aspect, the orphanage and the other types of, and that's the only time this Kiryu saga featured these type of things. It's kind of brave of them. All right, so that's a wrap for today. It was fun chatting about orphanages and other things. We're probably going to chat more because sub stories, oh man, sub stories makes me rant like crazy. Every sub story is a vignette. I mean, Persona games are going to be so long to wrap because every single accomplice is going to have something, like every single their sub stories, their social links is what they call it. And The modern games, the modern Like a Dragon games uses social links as well. They call them bonds. Here, I'm not sure if they're gonna do that. There's a chance they might incorporate bonds as well. We'll see. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for Kiwami 3 today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Kiwami 3 for yourself if you want. It is out now. Solid, quite a heavy price, but I honestly think the runtime of these games are more than fitting for the price. And yeah, you're always free to come on by, share your hot takes. I already got the no Nikia changed. Yep, that's what I would get. I already addressed most of these. Nikia change, and then Jack brought up the Kagawa situation, which I also addressed in. And then there's others. There's gonna be the Blockuza comment, probably. The no Mac. We addressed the no Mac situation because now we have the master guy of what was it? Bakujutsu or something. I forgot. Bakujutsu? Boku? Something like that. Boku? I think it was Bokujutsu. And then there's probably going to be missing sub-stories, right? I anticipate like a fourth of the sub-story. But we'll see which one, or try to remember which one gets cut out or which one didn't make the cut. And then no cabaret club, no hostess club. That's probably one of the chopping blocks. And then some whimsies, because I know that they have to add whimsy. So Biker Gang, I saw a teaser for Biker Gang. That's probably the big bad dragon line. And then the Morning Glory stuff. Like, I should check my Discord server when I have a moment. Oh no, what's happening? Oh, I got targeted by spam. All right. Thanks. Can I okay. Thanks for the note. I will take care of that. How do I... Okay, I'll take care of it afterwards. Thanks, son. Reaching big community. Yeah, I'm sure. Anyways, yeah, like, you're more than welcome. So if you have anything to talk about, that's cool. I'm always welcome to hear other people's experiences with these games. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye.